Parliament is resumed. The Children Amendment Bill 2024, continuing debate. Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, then I'll invite the Honorable Deputy Premier to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say thanks to all of my colleagues that added contribution to this proposed amendment to the Children Amendment Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, I'll start off with thanking the former minister for his highlighting of collaboration across the aisles of this honorable House, and to say that we have worked together to make some changes we'll speak to later on, but it shows the maturity of this Parliament that in the interest of the good people of the Cayman Islands, particularly children, where members of this House, regardless of political views and sides, we will do what's in the best
Honorable
interest.
Deputy Premier, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there appears to be something wrong with the telecast from the Parliament. See, the monitors are still showing. Okay. I'll pause just for a few minutes to see if it's something they can address quickly. If not, then we'll have to soldier on without the telecast. Honorable Deputy Premier to continue his wind-up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the interest of making sure that all members outside of this Parliament are aware of from the start, I'll start by saying thank you again to all members who contributed to the debate on the Children Amendment Bill 2024. I think that all members have indicated their support, which is positive. And I'll start by responding to the former minister first by thanking him for his partnership in ensuring that this bill is brought to Parliament, and also to concur and support his position about working together across aisles, as there is a proposed amendment to ensure that children who are affected by the loss of a parent due to a criminal act will get the financial support necessary due to the loss of income of that parent. And I'll leave that to committee stage, but to thank him for his recognition of that very important gap that is recognized where other jurisdictions have done the same, and also on behalf of the Grant family, that the member worked very, very hard on your behalf to ensure that this amendment is named after the sad loss of Mr. Grant, and it's justified to have that amendment, and I look forward to those further discussions at committee stage. Mr. Speaker, I'll move on by first addressing the comments by the Honourable Leader of Opposition and his concerns and relates to the Department of Children and Family Services programs for aftercare and concerns of the gaps of persons who may not necessarily be in the age bracket of the care program, and where there could be transitional housing. The current aftercare scheme currently exists from 16 years old to 21 years old, Mr. Speaker, and the current bill intends to increase that to ages 24 years. Mr. Speaker, that's an extra 3 years of transitional help for persons who are young persons, Mr. Speaker, hence the name of the bill, or when we refer to the Commissioner for Children and Young Persons, because we couldn't call the person aged 21 or 24 a child. As the Honourable Leader of Opposition mentioned, the transitional housing is an independent housing that is something that is lacking within our community. And from now until this administration concludes at the election, I will do everything I can within the power of this administration to start to look behind the scenes from a policy perspective changes, as well as potentially formulating the plan to acquire the facilities to assist in this way. We spoke tremendously in the last sitting of the House about housing for social development in the various different forms. The Department of Children and Family Services would welcome this, and it would assist with aftercare schemes the department offers and provides placement for persons engaged in aftercare programs offered by the department. Mr. Speaker, the leader also highlighted child involvement in the judicial system. The Cayman Islands need is there. As of November 2024, we currently have around 47 children between residential care homes and residential foster homes. These children are under the age of 18. The introduction of Part 4A, freeing of a child for adoption, is also a step in the right direction to this, as the order will allow for a child to be adopted if the parents are unreasonably withholding the consent or not engaging, as the Honourable Leader of Opposition has raised concerns about the fact that children may be waiting to be adopted and have no place to go, Mr. Speaker. All children should have a sense of belonging and deserve a family. As per the concerns and comments about supporting programs for parents and caregivers, I think it was P.S. Bush that highlighted this. I want to thank my parliamentary secretary for mentioning the need for innovative and revamped programming. These amendments are part of a broader effort to modernize our social development legislation, ensuring that it reflects the realities and the needs of the Cayman Islands today and into the future, Mr. Speaker. So as we recognize that the Department of Children and Family Services is a critical entity and the social safety net of the Cayman Islands, we will continue to examine and revamp these things. As such, the ministry is working with the department in an exercise to modernize the programs and the services delivered by the department to make sure that it meets the needs of the community now and into the future. This modernization isn't just about updating processes or legislation. It's about ensuring that the support we provide aligns with the realities and the challenges faced by our families today. And as we recognized in the Older Persons Act last week, it will need the necessary financial commitment. And by addressing these needs, we are creating a stronger foundation for the well-being of our people. In addition to the Department of Children and Family Services, there are various entities and nonprofits that are also provide a critical service and programs. Additionally, as the parliamentary secretary mentioned. Supporting them, we have included the care plans into legislation to include accountability as well as the treatment of programs and drug testing in order to ensure that the best interests of the child are paramount. In respect to the concerns about the Principal Act has received material enhancements since 2012 from the member of the former minister. As the member of West Bay South mentioned, this legislation is intended to make enhancements to the existing Principal Act to bring the legislation to standard for children that provide preventative safeguarding and for the provision of essential services for our children and young people. This legislation is intending to be preventative and not reactive. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, we intend to bring, or the member from West Bay South intends to bring an amendment to the bill upon which we are in support for parents, for the restitution if a parent has passed based on criminal acts. And I will speak further to that in committee stage, but we have made some further amendments to the members' amendments after consultation with legal and to tighten it up and enhance it a little bit better. Obviously, we take our guidance from legal drafting so that the intention of the policy or the idea is worded in the best legal way so that it's interpreted as it's intended. So there will be some minor changes. The member and I have spoken already and have agreed to that. In respect to adult safeguarding, again from the former minister, we support the passion also from Mrs. Sibley's on the adult safeguarding. It is something that the ministry is already starting to work towards, not only for adults, because we do recognize that adults under the age of 65 and above, the Children Act requirement age, which would now be 25 to 65 or 18 to 65, there are people within the disabilities component that would need safeguarding as well. So there will be future amendments. I wish we had more time, but I'm certain that the next administration will be bringing those forward. So the government and the former minister share those commitments. And to Ms. Siblings, she could be comforted to know that as minister, I've given the directive to the ministry to start the process now, as soon as possible. So maybe, if lucky, and I am graced to be back here in this parliament on the government side, I could be voting yes in favor of some legislation for adults and those who are facing challenges with disabilities. As per the concern brought by the Deputy Governor, I agree with the comments and concerns that efforts are being made in relation to safeguarding. I thank him for recognizing that, and I thank the board for all the efforts to support, to be a major stakeholder in ensuring information and risk are highlighted and addressed within this legislation framework that is presented here today. And their continued work will continue to advise even the new commissioner that will be formed for young persons as well as children to continue to assess the evolving environment and challenges that young people face. As this bill can enhance this area further with the introduction of the Office of the Commissioner of Children and Younger Persons and the amendments in Section 32 and the inclusion of a child safety policies and training for mandatory reporters will also assist. The appointment of the Commissioner for Children and Young Persons will be pivotal in the advocacy of our children and young persons and ensuring that they have clearly defined persons to be a voice. Mr. Speaker, in respect to discussions with the Honorable AG, there is some proposed amendments that will be brought as well, and I just want to bring it to your attention, not to surprise you, Mr. Speaker, that we'll be making at committee stage. After discussions with the AG's chambers, there is the section on page 69, 8, that talks about the governor may revoke the appointment of the commissioner for children and young persons if the commissioner for children and young persons, and it says the reasonings. There is a proposed addition to that section in Part 11A to add for things like gross misconduct, the ability for the governor to take the necessary steps. The wording may not necessarily be the exact wording of gross misconduct, Mr. Speaker, but it would bring it in line with the Public Authorities Act as to what authority the governor has to remove, for one reason or another, the commissioner. Also, a further amendment is to align that the commissioner, him or hers staff, will also be aligned with the Public Service Management Act. So basically, they would be like civil servants and be obligated to whatever legislation that they too are obligated. Mr. Speaker, in respect to the juvenile crime that was highlighted by the Deputy Governor, I agree that there are reduced numbers of juvenile crime over the last 5 to 10 years. I mean, that's a good sign, but he is right to also highlight that in the reverse of that, there has been an increase in suicides, which I know that the member for Newlands have been a strong advocate for ensuring that there's the adequate support from a mental health perspective, as well as non-profit organizations to try to address this increasing problem. And Mr. Speaker, this is why this legislation is trying to put as much protections in place to make sure that the environment our children live in is one that is as least amount of stress as they possibly can, and therefore having less need to consider such actions. And Mr. Speaker, I think that will continue to evolve as our society changes, continue to evolve as the technology and information platforms change. And so as we try to monitor that, we will continue to have to make amendments to these legislation, regulations, and even schedules to how do we help prevent that. I think there is some review necessary of the legislation that governs media in the Cayman Islands to protect our children, but I would leave that to another day, and when the minister responsible is around to talk about necessary changes that we have to put in place to safeguard our children. And this takes me back, Mr. Speaker, to the point that the PS made about online concerns. Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say that though the legislation does not speak about protections online specifically, the protections within this legislation covers protections, period, whether they happen online or offline. Therefore, if for some reason or another a matter was to go before the courts, that the courts will interpret the action or abuse of or bullying of a child, it wouldn't matter whether it happened face-to-face or online, can be interpreted the same way. But I do agree with the member, Parliamentary Bush from West Bay West, that there will be need for review to be more specific to the online space as it's continuously ever evolving. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable former Minister. I really have to say I'm going to try to borrow or use that quote that he said. It's such a powerful one. I think it's the first time I've heard it. But how profound it is. Let us teach the children so we don't have to train the adults. It's pretty powerful, my brother, and so appropriate for today's discussion. We have to protect the children, because I do think that we have committed strongly in respecting the teaching and education from your time, Mr. Speaker, and your investment into the educational system to today, where the Honorable Premier leads probably the highest investments in education ever. So we're definitely given the support for the teachings, but we're not teachings only in education, but teachings in the protections of what a family unit's supposed to be about, what a loving environment's supposed to be about, how to understand the world that you're going into when you become an adult is formulated throughout your years of childhood. And if in that years of childhood you're traumatized, abused, or taken advantage of in any way, it will distort your ability to be a positive citizen in our community. So we have to do everything that we can to protect them. And by protecting them, we're also teaching them, because when you put them in a positive environment, teachings is not only based on the classroom, but just the actions of the people around them that is positive is also delivering the teaching. But I thank the minister for the former minister, for his promotion and bringing this bill this far, and me having the opportunity to deliver it the other way down the road. I think he's right by saying that this shows an example of priorities being put forward and ahead of political points. And I'm happy that today has happened, because the young people that we are actually talking about in this specific bill today wants us to deliver in that way, because they look up to us. Just like how we teach by action, presenting ourselves in a unified and working together way will also teach them to do the same when they become older. Mr. Speaker, I got 2 more points to talk about, but before I get down there, I wanted to talk about, I overheard the former minister speak about his personal journey, being away from home, his parents working really hard to give them an opportunity, and his journey of seeing what it was like in the state of New York and the difficulties, and surprising that we are faced with those journeys today. And you're right, we have to do better to make sure that the environments for our children are safeguarded. And it's not only by protections within the law, but also protections in the opportunities of Caymanians. Because the truth is, Mr. Speaker, most of the time challenges that children and families go through is due to lack of opportunities, and sometimes lack of educational opportunities, as well as drug abuse or domestic abuse, is why we find children exposed to these various different things. And I think that not only by making this legislation, we should safeguard our people. We need to also present a society and an economy that allows Caymanians to succeed in order for them to present a family and a household that is positive for them. Because, Mr. Speaker, trust me, it is hard enough to be a parent with all the money in the world. Because money does put away a lot of problems, I can tell you that. Not have to worry about a light bill, water bill, and so forth. But the challenges of just teaching another human being. I remember when I first brought my daughter home, I was like, "Doctor, you really sent me home with this thing? Like, you expect me to do all of these things and mold this human being to be a positive citizen?" And I was like, this can't be right. They can't believe that I'm going to be able to do this. So it's challenging for parents already as it is to figure out that, to be the best part of themselves But then when you're dealing with that challenge, to be dealing with the other challenges of being able to put food on the table, have a good job, or be in a safe neighborhood, these other things are safeguarding our children as well. So when we present a better opportunity for Caymanians, when we present safer neighborhoods, when we ensure that our parents can get upskilled and trained, and opportunities for counseling or what have you, or whenever there's relationships. And believe it or not, the fact that we moved away so much from our Christian principles is why we're seeing so many families with dysfunctionality today, because they're not following the principles of the Bible. The Bible talks about the family unit and the importance of it. So we can also safeguard our children by creating a better environment holistically in the Cayman Islands. So while we think about creating legislation to protect them for people who are in their care, and anybody who's involved with anything with them, let's also think about the parents who are struggling day to day that don't have to have the children in care or go to social workers or go to NAU. They too are having struggles. We have to make sure that their environment, though it may not be as difficult as children that normally have to go through these provisions within this legislation, but make it easier for those parents, whether it's don't make them have to work so hard because their pay is so cheap, right? Or make sure that they can get home on time and not be stuck in traffic all the time, or make sure that the cost of living for their light bills and food and their mortgage interest rates are okay, so they can be less stressed and they can be loving and patient with their children, so they can work with them and do homework and spend quality time together. That's also safeguarding children, Mr. Speaker. Creating an environment where parents who already have a difficult job of molding a child up to a positive adult to be part of our society don't have to be worried about the other stuff. Mr. Speaker, I'll close by saying that this legislation is important, but I have to agree that we have a long way to go, because safeguarding children is multifaceted, Mr. Speaker. It's not only in protections of those who govern the children, because, Mr. Speaker, I was a primary example of many of the children who had to go through the struggles that this bill outlines that are being put in place to protect. Mr. Speaker, when I was a child, I was put up for adoption. Mr. Speaker, when I was a child, I was in foster home. Mr. Speaker, when I was going to school, I didn't even graduate from the formal high school. I graduated from what was called the Cayman Islands Marine Institute. It was a program that was instituted by the then Minister for Social Development, the Honorable Member from West Bay West, McKeever Bush. Interestingly enough, a lot of people may not know, but my certificate that says you have a high school diploma has the Honorable McKeever Bush's name on it in 1996. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Lord and I thank the members of this Honorable House that we did not have to go to an early election, that we could get this legislation here. Because I know that many children who had to go through or going through similar journeys that I had to go through will be further protected and supported. But like I said, this bill is only dealing with the protections from a legal perspective, but we still have a long way to go to deal with the support of the regular programs and social development. And it will take money. And I hope that the country knows that the next time a minister comes down here to ask for money or begs or fights within any budget, we should not query and question about how much we're putting in. we should always say, is that enough or do you want more? Because if we do not make sure that these children are in an environment that is loving, supported with positive programs, supported with parents that need support that are positive themselves, we are going to have a generation, like the Honorable former Minister said, a generation of adults that we're going to have to train because we didn't teach them when they were younger. Mr. Speaker, with that being said, again, I want to say thank you so much to my team within the ministry, all those involved in the drafting department, all the stakeholders from the Adult Protections Board, child safeguarding, and the many stakeholders who were involved from consultation. Even if you were just a person that went to one of the town hall meetings and said, I think you need to do this, thank you. We all have a stake in this very important transition to protecting the most valuable asset that we have, which is our children. And like the good Dr. Steve Macfield would say, this is a living document. Sometimes it needs to be trimmed, sometimes it needs to be groomed, sometimes it needs to be nourished. And this we will continue to make further amendments and improvements as we see fit over the years to come. With that being said, I thank all members for their support, and I hope that this will make a safe passage to the third reading of this Honorable House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled Children Amendment Bill 2024 be given a second reading. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. The Children Amendment Bill 2024 has been given a second reading.
Maintenance Amendment Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the second reading of a bill entitled the Maintenance Amendment Bill 2024, which will be very short.
The bill has been duly moved. Does the Honorable Deputy Premier wish to speak thereto?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I give my contribution, I want to say I recognize members that we didn't intend to go this far with the sitting of the House, and this bill is a short one, and we hope that at the very least we can get the readings of third readings and committee stages for the first three bills if members would give support to that. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, thank you again. I rise to present on behalf of the government a bill for an act to amend the Maintenance Act 1996 revision. This bill seeks to streamline the provisions for maintenance and financial orders relating to children under one legislative framework as follows: to remove references to maintenance of children, as these are being provided for under the Children's Act 2012 revision; to remove references to affiliation orders as consequence of the intended repeal of the Affiliation Act 1995 revision; and finally, for incidental and connected purposes. This amendment bill was developed as a part of the reimagining of the current landscape of social development within the Cayman Islands, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the amendment bill is arranged into 12 clauses. Clause 1 provides for short title and commencement of the legislation. Clause 2 provides for the general amendments to the Principal Act to remove references to Roman numerals and replace them with references to Arabic numerals. Clause 3 amends Section 2 of the Principal Act to, among other things, remove references to affiliation orders as a consequence of the repeal of the Affiliations Act 1995 revision. Clauses 4 and 5 amend the Principal Act by repealing Sections 3 and 4, which provide respectively for the duty of a man and the duty of a woman to maintain certain children. The provisions for maintaining children will be provided for under the Children Amendment Bill. In the Children Amendment Bill, the relevant clauses include states that a parent of a child is liable to maintain the child, failing which an order for financial relief is in accordance with Schedule 1 in Schedule 1 may be made against the parent. Clause 6, Mr. Speaker, amends the Principal Act by repealing and substituting Section 6. The substituted Section 6 removes references to compelling performance of duties imposed by the legislation in respect to children. This is being provided for under the Children's Act 2012 revision. Clause 7 amends Section 7 of the Principal Act to streamline the references to maintenance orders in the legislation. Clause 8 amends the Principal Act by repealing and substituting Section 8. The substituted Section 8 removes references to the duration of maintenance orders in respect of children, as this is being provided for under the Children's Act 2012 revision. Clause 9 amends the Principal Act by repealing Section 10 as a consequence of the removal from this legislation of provisions dealing with the maintenance of children. Clause 10 amends the Principal Act by repealing and substituting Section 12. The substituted Section 12 provides to dealing only with penalties for, among other things, neglecting to maintain one's wife. Penalties relating to the failure to maintain one's child are provided for under the Children's Act 2012 revision. Clause 11 amends the Principal Act by repealing and substituting Sections 13. The substituted Section 13 provides that instead of or in addition to ordering a person to be imprisoned for failure to maintain that person's wife, the court may make a maintenance order against such person. Consequential amendments have been made to remove references to children. Clause 12 amends Section 18 of the Principal Act to repeal and substituting subsection 2 to remove references to affiliation orders as a consequence of the intended repeal of the Affiliation Act 1995 revision. Mr. Speaker, this amendment bill is a cleanup exercise as we have addressed many of the matters within the maintenance bill in respect to children within the children's bill. So it's a pretty straightforward bill, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to having the full support of all members of this honorable House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, I'll invite the Honorable Deputy Premier to wind up the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to add much more to it other than to say thank all members for their tacit support in respect to the bill, and I look forward to committee stage amendments.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Maintenance Amendment Bill 2024 be given a second reading. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. The Maintenance Amendment Bill 2024 has been given a second reading.
Adoption Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier, who is certainly working for his money this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I do with all the other meetings, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of a bill entitled the Adoption Bill 2024.
The bill has been duly moved. Does the Honorable Deputy Premier wish to speak thereto?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present on behalf of the government a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Adoption of Children's Act 2021 revision. The Adoption of Children 2023 to ensure rights are upheld and that the necessary safeguards are in place to support persons involved in the adoption process. Mr. Speaker, for far too long, the legislative framework governing adoptions in our islands have lagged behind the evolving needs of our society and the fundamental rights of those involved in this deeply personal process. Up until this point, the system has lacked efficiency, leaving children and families in a state of uncertainty. Children who deserve stability and the opportunity to thrive have waited far too long to officially become a part of a loving family, ready to provide them with the care and the security and the sense of belonging that they need. It is about time that we did right by these children and the parents who have stepped forward to give them a brighter future. Today, as we bring forward this bill to repeal and replace the Adoption of Children Act 2021 revision and the Adoption of Children 2013 revision, we are not merely updating outdated laws, we are reaffirming our commitment to protecting the best interest of children in the Cayman Islands, upholding the rights of all parties involved, and ensuring that the safeguards in place reflect the values and aspirations of our modern community. Mr. Speaker, the bill enhances and streamlines the adoption process in the islands and more particularly provides for, among other things, the following matters, Mr. Speaker. A, the role and the process of the adoption board. B, the role of the department in the adoption process. C, the application process for an adoption order. D, the making of adoption orders and the effect of such orders. E, the adoption of children and young persons register. And F, inter-country adoption. Taking these in turn, Mr. Speaker, I will now elaborate on each of these. The role and the process of the adoption board. The adoption board has new members added to enhance the focus on health and human services of the board. Sorry, my apologies, Mr. Speaker. Let me read that one more time. The adoption board has new members added to enhance the focus on health and human services on the board. Best practice has been ensured by the incorporating disclosure of interest and duty of confidentiality clauses. The role of the department in the adoption process. The role of the department has been outlined by the provision of services for children and young persons who have been adopted and who are in the process of being adopted, adopters and applications. Former parents and or guardians of children and young persons who are adopted and parents or guardians of children and young persons who are in the process of being adopted. The application process for an adoption order. The application process is different for different types of adoptions with an effort to streamline and expedite the process for persons in order to provide, forgive me, Mr. Speaker, in order to provide permanence and to place the best interest of the child as paramount of a decision once that process is completed. The making of an adoption order and the effect of such orders. This is the formulation of the adoption order and the meaning of an adoption order, meaning that the adoptive parents are that of the adoptee as if they were their biological parent once the order takes effect. The adopted children and younger persons register. This keeps a record of all adoption of children and young persons within the Cayman Islands. Inter-country adoptions. This is to provide a standard for adoptions and is aligned with the international intention to ratify the 1993 on protection of children and cooperation in respect to the Intercountry Adoption 1993 Adoption Convention. That's a whole lot of talking, Mr. Speaker. Also known as the Hague Convention and Intercountry Adoptions. Further to the consultation highlighted in the Children's Bill, Mr. Speaker, it is essential to highlight that extensive consultation was led by the Ministry in 2023 and 2024 under the leadership of the former Minister to inform this bill's development, ensuring it meets the community's needs and international standards. Mr. Speaker, the bill is arranged in 14 parts. Part 1 provides for the preliminary matters and contains clauses 1 to 4. Clause 1 contains the short title and commencement provisions. Clause 2 provides for definitions for the words used throughout the legislation. Clause 3 provides for the adoption principles, which are to be considered by the adoption board, the court, or any other person in the adoption process. The adoption principles include the fact that the best interest of the child shall be of paramount consideration, and that priority shall, where it is reasonable to do so, be given to the placement and the adoption of the children who are resident in the Cayman Islands. Clause 4 provides for the application of the Convention on Protection of Children and cooperation in respect to intercountry adoption. The Minister is the central authority of the islands to discharge the duties which are imposed by the Convention upon a central authority and for the purpose of the legislation, while the Department and the Adoption Board are the competent authority for the purposes of the Convention and the legislation, Mr. Speaker. Part 2 provides for the Adoption Board and contains clauses 5 to 13. Clause 5 provides for the continuation of the Adoption Board of the Cayman Islands under this legislation. Clause 6 provides for the duties of the Adoption Board. This includes making arrangements for the adoption of children, submitting the recommendations and other information to the court relating to applications for adoption orders, and working in cooperation with an entity as the Cabinet considers necessary for the Adoption Board to carry out its functions. Clause 7 provides for the appointment and consideration of the Adoption Board. Clause 8 provides for the tenure of members of the Adoption Board. Clause 9 provides for, among other things, the grounds on which members' appointment may be terminated, Mr. Speaker. Clause 10 provides for the adoption of a secretary to the Adoption Board. Sorry, my apologies. Clause 10 provides for the appointment of a secretary to the Adoption Board. Clause 11 provides for the requirement of members of the Adoption Board to make a declaration of that person's interest in accordance with the Standards in Public Life Act 2021 revision. Clause 12 provides for the disclosure of interest by members of the Adoption Board and the process to be followed by a member of the Adoption Board for proper disclosure to be carried out, as well as the process to be followed after disclosure. Clause 13 provides for the duty of confidentiality by the Adoption Board and the Secretary to the Adoption Board, Mr. Speaker. Part 3 provides for the role of the Department and contains clauses 14. Clause 14 provides that it is the role of the Department to establish and maintain a service in the islands that provides for the needs of A. Children and young persons who have been adopted and who are in the process of being adopted, B. Adopters and applicants, and C. The former parents and guardians of children and young persons who were adopted and the parents or guardians of children and young persons who are in the process of being adopted. Mr. Speaker, Part 4 provides for the application process to be a prospective adopter and contains clauses 15 to 19. Clauses 15 provides for Part 4 applies to the adoption other than A, de facto adoptions and adoptions by departmental foster parents, except where the court directs that an application be first made to the adoption board under clauses 30 to 31. B, adoptions of young persons, and C, intercountry adoptions. Clause 16 provides that a person who wants to apply for an adoption must first make an application to the adoption board in the prescribed form and manner expressing that person's interests. That application shall be accompanied by an affidavit, prescribed information, and other relevant details as the adoption board may reasonably require for the purposes of assessing the application and the prescribed fee. Clause 17 provides, among other things, that before a child who is not a resident of the islands is brought to the Cayman Islands for adoption by a relative of the child or adopted by a person who will become the adoptive parent jointly with the natural parent or relative of the child, the applicant shall apply to the court for approval to do so. Clauses 18 provides that where the adoption board receives an application of an express of interest and the adoption board is satisfied that the application is completed, it shall request that the department conduct a home study assessment. This assessment will assist the adoption board in evaluating the suitability of the applicant and their home environment for adoption. Clause 19 provides for the making of arrangements by the adoption board for the interim placement of a child where the adoption board is satisfied with the results of the home study assessment, Mr. Speaker. The clause also provides that during the interim placement period, the adoption board will appoint a person to supervise the child who has been placed, and after the end of that period, the appointed person will complete a supervision report which contains information and observations of the placement, Mr. Speaker. This supervision report will then assist the adoption board with its recommendations to the court where the applicant for an adoption order is made. Further, Mr. Speaker, clause 19 provides that at any time during the interim placement order, the person with whom the child is placed may give notice in writing to the adoption board of the person's intention not to adopt the child. Alternatively, the adoption board may cause notice in writing. Apologies, Mr. Speaker. Alternatively, the adoption board may cause notice in writing to be given to the person with whom the child is placed of the adoption board's intention not to allow the child to remain in the care and custody of that person, with the reasons for the adoption board's intention included within the notice. Part 5 provides for the jurisdiction and the procedure regarding adoption orders and contains clauses 20 to 22. Clauses 20 provides that it is the Grand Court that has the jurisdiction to make adoption orders under this legislation. Clause 21 provides for the power of the Grand Court to make adoption orders relating to children, Mr. Speaker. Clause 22 provides for the power of the Grand Court to make adoption orders relating to young persons. Part 6 provides for the making of adoption orders relating to children and contains clauses 23 to 31. Clauses 23 provides that Part 6 applies to adoptions relating to children. Clause 24 provides for the eligibility criteria that must be met in order to adopt a child. While there are exceptions, the general criteria are that in the case of a sole applicant, the applicant must be at least the age of 25 years old, and in the case of a joint application, both applicants must be at least 25 years old. This clause outlines the consent requirements for adoption orders. It specifies that an adoption order will generally not be granted without the consent of A, every parent or guardian of the child, B, the applicant's spouse or civil partner in the application made by one of them, and C, the child where applicable. The court must also ensure that each consenting parent or guardian has given their consent freely and unconditionally with a full understanding of what the adoption order entails, regardless of whether they know the applicant's identity. Clauses 25, Mr. Speaker, provides for the court's power to dispense with the requirements for consent of an adoption. Among other things, the court may dispense with consent if it is satisfied that the parent or the guardian has abandoned, neglected, or abused the child, or that the person whose consent is required is unreasonably withholding consent or cannot be found or contacted despite reasonable efforts to do so. Clause 26 provides that where the parent of the child is under 18 years of age, that parent may give valid consent to the adoption of that parent's child. Clause 27 provides for the making of interim orders by the court. The court may, upon application for an adoption order in respect of a child, postpone the determination of the application and make an interim order giving custody of the child to the applicant for a period not exceeding 2 years. It shall be noted that unless the court dispenses with the requirement for any consent, all consent required for an adoption order shall be necessary for an interim order. The clause also emphasizes that interim orders are not adoption orders, to be clear, Mr. Speaker. Clauses 28 provides that where a parent or guardian whose consent to the making of an adoption order is required does not attend the proceedings for the purposes of giving consent, then a document signifying that person's consent or lack thereof to the making of an adoption order shall be admissible as evidence of that consent or lack of consent, whether the document is executed before or after the commencement of the proceedings. If A, the person in whose favor the order is to be made is named in the document, or B, the identity of that person is not known to the party whose consent is required, but is distinguished in the document in the prescribed appropriate manner. Clauses 29 provides for the functions of the court in relation to adoption orders. Among other things, before making an adoption order, the court must be satisfied that every person whose consent is necessary, having not been dispensed with, has consented and understands that the effects of the adoption order will be permanently to deprive that person of their parental rights. Clause 30 provides for de facto adoptions. The criteria for de facto adoptions is provided for in clauses 24, but an applicant that is a relative of the adoptee child can be at least 18 years of age. A de facto adoption will be regarded by the court as having taken place where the relative of a child or the relative and the spouse of a civil partner, as applicable, shows that A, a child was in the custody of the relative or the relative and the spouse or civil partner for a period of at least 2 years, and B, the relative or the relative and the spouse or civil partner assume the role of parent of that child for a period of at least 2 years by bringing up, caring for, educating, and maintaining the child. Mr. Speaker, Clause 31 provides for the adoption by the departmental foster parents. Where a child is placed with a departmental foster parent by the department under the Children's Act 2012 revision, the department foster parent may apply to the court for an adoption order in respect of the child, where A, the child was in the custody of the departmental foster parent for a period of at least 2 years, and B, for the period of at least 2 years, the departmental foster parent brought up, cared for, educated, and maintained the child. Part 7 provides for the making of young adoption orders and contains clauses 32 to 36, Mr. Speaker. Clause 32 provides that Part 7 applies only to adoption of young persons. A young person means a person who has attained the age of 18 but who has not yet attained the age of 25 years. Clauses 33 provides for the applications for young adoption orders. A person who is interested in adopting a young person shall apply to the court for a young adoption order in accordance with the procedure under the legislation and the applicable rules of the court. Clauses 34 provides for the eligibility criteria that must be met in order to adopt a young person. A young person order shall not ordinarily be made in respect of a young person unless A, in the case of an application by a sole applicant, the applicant is at least 25 years old, 25 years of age, and at least 16 years older than the young person to be adopted. B, in the case of joint application, each of the applicants is at least 25 years of age and at least 16 years older than the young person to be adopted. This clause also sets out the consent regime regarding the youth adoption orders. It provides, among other things, that a youth adoption order will not ordinarily be made without the consent of the other spouse or civil partner of the applicant, whether the application is made by a spouse or civil partner, nor will it be made without the consent of the young person. Clauses 35 provides for the court's power to dispense with the requirement for consent to adoption of a young person. Among other things, the court may dispense with consent if it is satisfied that the spouse of the civil partner of the applicant for the youth adoption order cannot be found or is incapable of giving consent. Clauses 36 provide for the functions of the court in relation to young adoption orders. Among other things, before making a youth adoption order, the court must be satisfied that the order, if made, will be for the welfare of the young person, and due consideration will be given to the wishes of the young person, having regard to the young person's mental capacity, Mr. Speaker. The court must also be satisfied that there is no romantic or sexual relationship between the applicant or any member of the applicant's immediate family. Part 8 provides for intercountry adoptions and contains clauses 37 to 44. Clause 37 provides for intercountry adoptions by persons who are Caymanian or residents of the islands. Clause 38 provides for intercountry adoptions by persons who are neither Caymanians nor residents of the islands, but who wish to adopt a child who is resident of the islands or who was born within the islands. Clause 36 provides that Clause 37 does not apply to a child who is brought into the Cayman Islands for a de facto adoption or for an adoption by a person who will become an adoptive parent jointly with a natural parent of a child, or jointly with a relative of the child under a de facto adoption. Clause 40 provides that before a child who is not a resident of the islands is brought into the islands for the purposes of consideration for adoption or anticipated adoption order under clauses 37, the applicant shall apply to the courts for approval to do so, Mr. Speaker. Clauses 41 provides that, except under the authority of an order made by the court, no person shall place a Caymanian child or permit the care and custody of a Cayman child to be transferred from the islands to a person residing outside of the islands. For clarity, Mr. Speaker, that's overseas applicants, for the purposes of the adoption of a Cayman child. Clauses 42 provides that the court may grant a license authorizing the care and custody of a non-Cayman child for whom adoption arrangements have been made and for the child to be transferred to a citizen of the prescribed country who is resident outside the islands, subject to the legislation and any other conditions and restrictions which may be imposed by the court, having regard to the convention. Clauses 43 provides that the Secretary of the State of the United Kingdom may, on behalf of the islands, enter into a memorandum of understanding or other arrangements with the government of another state in order to allow for the collaboration and the exchange of information with competent authorities in the state who are responsible for adoptions. Clauses 44 deals with the provision and exchange of information. The clauses provides that the central authority for the islands may, subject to data protection of the 2021 revision, and in accordance with the prescribed requirements, furnished a person with the information relating to the safety, welfare, and well-being of a child, and direct a person to furnish the central authority for the islands with the information relating to the safety, welfare, and well-being of a particular child or class of children. Part 9 provides for the court proceedings in respect of adoption orders and contains clauses 45 to 55. Clause 45 provides for rules of the court to be made by the Rules Committee of the Grand Court and the Rules Committee of the Court of Appeals as appear to the committees to be necessary necessary or expedient for the purposes of giving effect to the legislation. Clauses 46 provides that applications under the legislation for an adoption order or an appeal from that order shall be heard and dealt with in private. Clauses 47 specifies those persons who are entitled to be heard in the case of an application for an adoption order or an appeal from that order. They include the adoption, or in the case of an appeal, the applicant, an adoptive parent, a natural parent, a guardian, the child or the young person, the adoption board, the department, and any other person the court considers relevant to expedite the determination of the application or appeal. Clause 48 provides for the duties of the Grand Court where an adoption order is made. Clause 49 provides that the prospective adopter is entitled to have access to the reports provided under the legislation unless the court otherwise directs or imposes conditions or restrictions relating to access. Clauses 50 provides that the court may make an order directing the natural parents of the child or young persons to provide the adopters of the child or young persons with information about the medical history of the natural parents. Clause 51 provides for the secretary of the previous identity. Sorry, thank you very much. Definitely no secretary. Clauses 51 provides for the secrecy of the previous identity and the parentage or parentage of the child or young persons, as well as the circumstances in which the previous identity or parentage may be revealed. Clauses 52, Mr. Speaker, provides that an applicant for an adoption order may apply to the court to change the given name or the surname or both the given name and surname of the child or young person. Clause 53 provides for the power of the court to direct the supervision of a child or young person if it appears that there is exceptional circumstances making it desirable to do so. Clause 54 provides for the confidentiality of court files dealing with adoption orders. An application for an order under the legislation or any document filed in the court in connection with the application may be searched only by order of the court, at the request of the director or at the request of the chairperson of the adoption board. Clause 55 provides for appeal to the Court of Appeals for decisions of the Grand Court in relation to the applicant's applications for adoption orders or any matter relating to the adoption or intended adoption. Part 10, Mr. Speaker, provides for the disclosure of information and contains clauses 56 and 57. Clause 56 provides for the adoption board, the department, the court, or a person involved in the adoption process may, if the circumstances so warrant, provide information concerning the background of the child at the request of a party to a placement or a adoption. Clause 57 provides for the request for information regarding original birth registration of birth, where an adoptee wishes to be issued a certified copy of the adoptee's original registration of birth. The adoptee shall apply to the court in the prescribed form for an order to that effect. The clause also provides that where the adoptee is a minor, the written consent of the adoptee's adoptive parents is required for such an application, unless the court is satisfied that such consent should be dispensed with. Part 11 deals with the effect of adoption orders and contains clauses 58 to 62. Clause 58 provides that, among other things, when an adoption order is made, the adoptee is in law the child of the adopted parents, as if the adopted parents were the natural parents. That is to say, that the adoptee parents of the child of the adopted parents and the adoptive parents become the parent of the adoptee. Basically, Mr. Speaker, when you adopt a child with this new legislation, it's as if you had the child yourself. Whew. Can see there's a reason I didn't become a lawyer. AG, you still think I should be a lawyer? Still have time, he said. Clauses 59 provides for the intestacies, wills, settlements in the context of adoptees. Among other things, the clause provides that where at any time after the making of an adoption order, the adopter or the adoptee or any other person dies intestate in respect of any real or personal property other than property subject to an entailed interest under the disposition made before the date of the adoption order, that property shall dissolve in all respects as if the adoptee were the child of the adopter, and where and were not the child of another person. So, Mr. Speaker, this is basically talking about the ownership. If the person who adopted the child passes away, the law shall see them as the natural child in estate matters. Clause 60 contains provisions that are supplementary to clauses 59. Clause 61 provides for the revocation of an adoption order. An adoption order can be revoked as a result of an appeal of a decision of the court, or where the order was obtained as a result of fraud and the court considers the revocation to be in this child's best interest. If the adoption order is revoked, the notice of revocation is to be communicated to the relevant agencies. If the revocation results in the removal of the child, the department is to have care of the child. Clause 62 provides for the power of the court to make orders for the care and the custody of a child where the court refuses an application for an adoption order in respect of a child or revokes an adoption order in respect of a child. Part 12 provides for the adopted children and young persons register and contains clauses 63. Clause 63 provides that the Register General shall maintain at the Register General's office a register called the Adopted Children and Young Persons Register, in which only entries further to the adoption orders shall be made. Part 13 provides for the offenses and penalties under the legislation and contains clauses 64 to 69. Clause 64 provides that it is an offense for a person other than the adoption board, the department, the court, or another specified person to make arrangements for placement or adoption, whether or not for gain or for reward. Clause 65 provides that it is an offense to publish any advertisement indicating, among other things, that the parent or guardian of the child or young person is desirous of causing the child or young person to be adopted, or that the person is desirous of adopting a young or child or young person. Clause 66 provides that it is an offense for a person to send a child abroad for the purposes of adoption if the person into whose care and custody the child is to be transferred is not a citizen of the prescribed country or a guardian or relative of the child and who is resident outside of these islands. Clause 67 provides that it is an offense to disclose information that is considered confidential under the legislation unless the disclosure is made with lawful authority. Clause 68 provides that it is an offense to make false or misleading statements in connection with any application or matter under the legislation. Clause 69 provides that it is an offense to offer or receive payment for an adoption, except for an accepted payment or any payment for which the courts have sanctioned. Part 14 provides for the general matters and contains clauses 70 to 74. Clause 70 provides for the delegations by the director. Clause 71 provides for the amendment of schedules to the legislation by orders made by the Cabinet. Clause 72 provides for the Cabinet's power to make regulations prescribing all matters that are required or permitted by the legislation to be prescribed, or are necessary or convenient to be prescribed for giving effect to the purposes of the legislation. Clause 73 provides for the repeal of the Adoption of Children Act 2013 and the Adoption of Children Act 2021 revision. Clause 74 provides for the transitional matters including how applications made under the Repeals Act will be determined, as well as the continuation of the adoption board when the legislation comes into effect. Schedule 1 sets out the specified offenses which bar an applicant from applying for an adoption order. Schedule 2 provides for a list of the approved jurisdictions for the purposes of Clause 41 under Part A, which relates to inter-country adoptions. Now, Mr. Speaker, that was a lot of legal jargon in respect to the rules and framework and wording upon which the courts will make orders about this very important and sensitive subject of putting children in the proper care with the proper love and affection around them, particularly those who are vulnerable for one reason or the other. Mr. Speaker, again, you can see that this amendment is the fourth piece of legislation to a group of legislation to enhance the social development commitment to those who are most vulnerable. And this is the last piece of legislation for these group of bills. I want to take this opportunity again, thank the former minister for his hard work in getting over the last year and odd, working hard with the team within the ministry and legal drafting and stakeholders about getting this bill before this Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, this bill, in its new form, we are certain will address some current concerns within the Cayman Islands right now. We've had a Caymanian who was adopted and has been unable to get the documentations necessary from an old adoption file in order to confirm that she is a Caymanian, and it's became a bit of a difficult task for us to assist her, but thank God we did get it resolved amongst ourselves between myself and the former minister to get her assistance. But it's real life circumstances like that that this bill will address, along with the ability to efficiently, quickly, and safely allow children who are up for adoption to be put in that safe, family-loving home. And the quicker that is done, the quicker their life can get back to normal. So with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I hope to get the support of all members of this Honourable House with this very important bill entitled the Adoptions Bill 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Member for Bordentown West.
Mr. Speaker, while everyone, sorry, I didn't get a speaker. Speaker, please. While everyone is busy this time of year, I want to extend another set of thanks to another individual, Mr. Speaker, on this bill arriving here today. And Mr. Speaker, that is none other than yourself. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, private member motion number 6 of 2018-2019, where it was a motion to extend the Hague Inter-Country Adoption Convention to the Cayman Islands. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I just want to read the article that was carried by Cayman News Service back then, and it says, the headline read, Premier agrees to look at inter-country adoption. And it goes on to say, the Premier has agreed to examine the possibility of asking the United Kingdom to extend the Hague Convention on the protection of children and cooperation in respect of inter-country adoption to enable Caymanian families to adopt children from overseas. Following the presentation of a private member's motion brought by Chris Saunders, the opposition member for Bordentown West, Alden McLaughlin, said Saunders had done a good job persuading the government to look at the issue. In his presentation, Saunders said that he was aware of Caymanian families unable to have children who have sought to adopt children from overseas because the pool for babies or very young children available for adoption locally is very small. But they're finding that in many cases, when they look further afield, they're prevented from adopting even when a suitable match is found because the countries of their children's birth are signatories of the A Convention and so cannot allow inter-country adoption with a non-member. He asked the government to see if the convention could be extended to Cayman to widen the pool for at least a few local families. And it goes on to say, all we're asking for is for the government to reach out to the UK to see if they can extend that convention and at least maybe 2 or 3 families can start a family of their own, he told the Legislative Assembly, adding that it could expand the options for people who have had challenges starting a family. And Mr. Speaker, I personally want to thank you because at that time, it was one of those issues that was near and dear to me, having met with some families who were struggling to start their own families. And I remember your presentation that night. It was a heartfelt presentation also in adopting the motion on behalf of the government. And to sit here today and see this arrive, granted, 6 years later, it goes to show exactly how difficult the process was. It wasn't something that was easy. And I also want to thank, Mr. Speaker, the public servants involved in the work behind the scenes.
Honourable Member, may I thank you for acknowledging that Shakespeare said in Julius Caesar, the evil men do lives after them, but the good they do is oft interred with their bones. So thank you for the acknowledgement while I'm still alive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And no, Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to thank the public servants. And the reason why I want to single them out, people need to understand that in our democracy, unlike the United States, the civil service is actually charged with the continuation of government. So regardless of when one government moves to the next, the continuation of policies that the previous government would have started continues through the civil servants. And it was very easy, I guess, for the civil servants to say, well, the government has changed, the new government, this would not be a priority. But for them to have continued to push through on this issue, that would actually help many families, is also something I'm grateful for. So I really want to extend my thank you to the many civil servants and the public servants who continue government policies from one administration to the next. And with that said, Mr. Speaker, I am very happy that this is being modernized, and also want to thank the current Deputy Premier for bringing this, and also the member for West Bay South for the work that they also did in continuing this process. But I can tell you, having spoken to many Caymanian families who wanted to start a family, this is really a big deal, and every member of this House should be proud of this bill coming here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Member, West Bay South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to make a very brief contribution on the Adoption Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, this is an immense step forward to modernize and streamline this legislation originally enacted in 1967 and had a bit of a split between the 2013 Act and the 2021 revision. It represents a giant step forward in the adoption process, which, Mr. Speaker, for many families was long, arduous, cumbersome, particularly when it was intercountry. And so be able to have legislation that has a chance to be brought in line with international standards and have the Hague Convention extended to the Cayman Islands for this purpose is enormous. And when we were setting the priorities, the beginning of the administration, I remember looking at this as one of the items we could tackle. But I knew that it would be a very large task. And arguably, some could look and say, it might only affect a small population, small percentage of the population. So that's a lot of work to go into a bill that may have a small set of the population. But if not now, when? And even if small, it goes in line with the strategy for social development that you're fighting to give young people a chance, a fighting chance to be with a family which may alter someone's life. Bring them into loving care so that they may meet their maximum potential. So I'm overjoyed that it has gotten this far, and the Deputy Premier and the government continued to bring it forward for debate in this meeting. I remember quite fondly when the ministry team actually delivered the bills after being approved by Cabinet. I was overseas, and they called me when I was in Europe with such jubilation that the bills were delivered and were published. So the member for Bodden Town West is right to thank the civil service. But Honorable DG, I'm going to single out Ms. Ashlyn Gabo. I remember all of the conversations. I remember the passion, even where we got into some legal drafting hurdles, and the bill came into doubt of whether we could actually pull it off before the end of the year. It was not one to look at your face that made me say, okay, we got to be able to reconcile these wrinkles and get this done. And to see you grow and develop as a young policy officer and in the process be promoted. Is it senior now? Senior policy officer just makes the story even sweeter. Thank you. The country should thank you. And to be able to, I think it's clause 73, if passed here today, repeal the adoption of Children Act 2013 and the Adoption of Children Act 2021 revision with its transitional provisions. To deliver this to the people of the Cayman Islands is an outstanding feat, and certainly we could leave here today knowing that our social development framework has been uplifted and upgraded. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, then I invite Honorable Deputy Premier to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to say, I echo the words of all those who've contributed to the debate, all positive, and I too, Mr. Speaker, want to recognize your efforts thus far to get the foundation of our social framework to where it is today. You worked really, really hard, and sadly, I don't think you may not get as much credit as you deserve, and you probably yeah, agreed. I'll share this with you, and I want to say it publicly because I think the public should hear it. I remember so strongly the licks you got for those two schools. And I imagine today, when we talk about all these school talk, because you know all the talk about coming back to school now, and I said, I wonder what they would have said if you didn't make that decision. Where would we have been now? You know, and I wasn't elected then, but it goes back to the principle what P.S. Bush says, which I like to get my feedback from my people. Sometimes I can see where the justification just to make a decision. Because he always say sometimes you just need to make the call. Leaders are there to make the call, and this whole referendum nonsense, just do it. Deal with the consequences later. And I guess what I'm saying is thank you for making some of those hard calls when they had to be made, because I tell you what, if we never had those two schools built today, we would be in a proper mess with the growth that we've had. And this is quite similarly, the reason I bring that up is just to say that there's so many things, like the member for Bontown West has highlighted, that you've been involved with, and that I hope that history is kind to you and to your legacy in that respect. But besides that, I just want to say all members, thank you for the support of this. And by all means, I am not trying in no capacity as minister, though I'm the one who is tasked with carrying the process to this honorable house. I think much credit must be given to the former minister and his hard work for the last year and odd with the amazing team within the ministry and all the rest of the stakeholders for us to be successful on behalf of the good people today with all these 4 pieces of legislation. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the full support by the members of this House.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Adoption Bill 2024 be given a second reading. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. The Adoption Bill 2024 has been given a second reading. Second reading. Honorable members, I am proposing to take a very short 10 minutes suspension before we go into committee. So we'll be back by that clock at about 15:15. Seriously, not a quick 5 and a short 10, you know, the short 10. Parliament is resumed. The House will now go into committee to consider the bills. Please be seated.
Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2024. Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, general amendments.
The House is now in committee. With the leave of the House, may I assume that, as usual, we should authorize the Honorable Attorney General to correct minor errors and such the like in the bills to be considered. Would the clerk please state the first bill and read the clauses?
Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2024. Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, general amendments to the Misuse of Drugs Act 2017 revision, deletion of the words Customs Officer and substitution of the words Customs and Border Control Officer. Clause 3, amendment of Section 2, definitions and interpretation. Clause 4, amendment of Section 7, evidence. Clause 5, amendment of Section 18, offenses on Cayman ships. Clause 6, amendment of Section 19, ships used for illicit traffic. Clause 7, repeal and substitution of Section 20, enforcement powers in respect of ships. Clause 8, amendment of Section 21, jurisdiction and prosecutions in respect of ships. Clause 9, repeal and substitution of Section 22, pursuit into territorial waters. Clause 10, amendment of Schedule 4, enforcement powers in respect of ships.
The question is that clauses 1 to 10 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 10 stand part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act 2017 revision to enhance the legislative framework for combating illicit trafficking activities conducted by air, to provide for reciprocal enforcement powers in relation to aircraft suspected of being involved in illicit trafficking activities, to designate officers of the Cayman Islands Coast Guard as enforcement officers under the Act, and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill.
Traffic Amendment Bill 2024. Clause 1, short title and commencement. Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of the Traffic Act 2023 revision, interpretation. Clause 3, repeal and substitution of Section 11, importation and use of certain vehicles restricted.
Okay. The question is that clauses 1 to 3 stand part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 3 stand part of the bill.
Clause 4, amendment of section 14, commencement and duration of licenses, rate of fees.
There, I've given leave for, or waived the notice for an amendment to clause 4B. I understand, Honorable Member West Bay North, that you are currently the temporary minister.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you please then read the
Yes, sir.
amendment, the motion to amend?
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 52(1) and 2, I, the Honorable, on behalf of Honorable Joanna E. Banks, Minister for Planning.
No, Minister. When you are a temporary minister, you have all of the powers of the minister.
Okay,
So you
sir.
move the motion in your own name.
Okay, sir. I, Bernie Bush, Acting Minister for Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport, and Development, give notice to move the following amendment to the Traffic Amendment Bill 2024, that the bill be amended in clauses 4B in the proposed new subsection 5A by inserting after the word permitted the words at any one time.
The motion has been duly moved. Does the Honorable Temporary Minister wish to speak thereto?
Mr. Speaker, not necessary, sir.
Motion has been moved. Does any member of the committee wish to speak thereto? If no member wishes to speak, I will put the question. The question is that the amendment stands part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. The question now is that clause 4B as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Well, let me be absolutely correct. Does any member wish to speak to the clause as amended? If not, the question is that clause 4 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 5, amendment of section 25, qualification to drive. Clause 6, insertion of section 27A, exchange of licenses. Clause 7, amendment of section 29, driving tests for new residents and visitors. Clause 8, repeal of Part 4, public passenger vehicles. Clause 9, amendment of section 53, restrictions on use of special electric vehicles. Clause 10, amendment of section 55, requirements for registration of special purpose vehicles. Clause 11, insertion of section 55A, exhibition vehicles which are unregistered. Clause 12, repeal and substitution of section 78, ban on mobile telephones. Clause 13, amendment of section 88, interpretation of sections 82 and 87. Clause 14, amendment of section 93, ticket offenses. Clause 15, amendment of section 94, ticket procedure. Clause 16, insertion of section 103A, demerit points system. Clause 17, Amendment to Section 111, regulations under this part. Clause 18, transitional provisions.
The question is that clauses 5 through 18 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 5 through 18 stand part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Traffic Act 2023 revision to provide for vehicle safety standards, to provide for miscellaneous updates of the Act, and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill.
Public Transport Bill 2024. Clause 1, short title and commencement. Clause 2, interpretation.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill.
Clause 3, continuation of the Public Transport Board and composition of the board.
Honorable Temporary Minister, would you move the amendment? Oh, sorry. I got the wrong member. Yes, sorry. I'll invite the Honorable Christopher Saunders to move the notice to amend Clause 3.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 52.1 and 2, I, Christopher Saunders, elected member for Bordentown West, give the notice to move the following amendments to the Public Transport Bill 2024. That the bill be amended in Clause 3 as follows. A, in subclause 2A(I) or 1, by deleting the words, who shall be the chairperson, and replacing them with the words, who shall be an ex officio member. B, in clause 2A(2), by adding the words, who shall be an ex officio member after the word cabinet. C, in subclause 2A(3), by adding the words, who shall be an ex officio member after the word cabinet. D, in subclause 2B, by deleting the word 5 and replacing it with the word 6, and by adding the words, one of which shall be the chairperson after the word cabinet.
The motion to amend Clause 3 has been duly moved. Does the mover wish to speak thereto?
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, just to say to members that we're just looking to move the chairperson to an appointed member, person who's appointed by cabinet, move the civil servants or the public servants to ex officio members, and also ensure that the membership is in compliance with the Public Authorities Law.
Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Chair,
The Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
just to say that I'm so happy that the member recognized this change, because we have other legislation that needs to be changed where public servants are voting and shouldn't be, and we have to update all the other pieces of legislation out there that have civil servants voting as it's against the Public Authorities Act.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, the question is that the amendment stands part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. The question now is that Clause 3, as amended, stands part of the bill. Does any member wish to speak? Does any member wish to speak to the clause as amended? Does any member wish to speak? If not, the question is that clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 4, functions of the board.
The question is that clause 4, there's an amendment?
No, it's the next one.
The question is that clause 4 stand part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those against, no. Clause 4 stands part of the bill.
Clause 5, procedure of the board.
Honorable Temporary Minister Bush, there is an amendment. May I invite you to move it?
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Orders 52.1 and 2, I, Bernie Bush, Acting Minister for Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development, give notice to move the following amendments to the Public Transportation Bill 2024. 1. That the bill be amended in clauses 5.1 as follows. A. By inserting after the word may, the words in accordance with section 3.2. And B. By deleting the word any where it appears before the word person and substituting the word a. 2. That the bill be amended in clause 16.
Honorable Minister, that is in relation to clause 16. We haven't reached that yet.
Oh, my
So we
apologies.
just got to take this one. So the motion has been duly moved to amend clause 5. Honorable Minister, do you wish to speak there too?
No, sir.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I'll put the question. The question is that the amendment stands part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. The question now is that clause 5 as amended stand part of the bill. Does any member wish to speak to the clause as amended? If no member wishes to speak, the question is that clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 6, delegation by the board. Clause 7, cabinet may give policy directions. Clause 8, validity of acts by the board. Clause 9, duty of confidentiality. Clause 10, board members' interests. Clause 11, indemnity and protection from liability. Clause 12, public transport unit and officers of the unit. Clause 13, secretariat of the board. Clause 14, functions and duties of the unit. Clause 15, permits for public passenger vehicles.
The question is that clauses 6 through 16, clauses 6 through 15 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 6 through 15 stand part of the bill.
Clause 16, revocation and suspension of permits.
There is a proposed amendment. Honorable Temporary Minister Bush, would you move the motion?
Mr.
Please.
Chair, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 52-1 and 2. I, temporary acting Minister for Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development, give notice to move the following amendments to the Public Transport Bill 2024. That the bill be amended in Clause 16(2) by inserting after the word distribute the words or for any other failure to comply with the traffic (public passenger vehicles) regulations 2020 revision.
The amendment has been duly moved. Does the Honorable Temporary Minister wish to speak thereto?
No, I was just supposed to say thanks for the cooperation so far from everyone. Thank you for the support.
Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, the question is that the amendment stands part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. The question now is that clause 16, as amended, stands part of the bill. Does any member wish to speak to the clause as amended? If not, the question is that clause 16, as amended, stands part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 17, matters to be considered by board. Clause 18, permit not a driver's license. Clause 19, conditions for driving passengers for hire or reward and penalty for contravention. Clause 20, regulations. Clause 21, transitional provisions.
The question is that clauses 17 through 21 stand part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 17 through 21 stand part of the bill.
A bill for an act to continue the Public Transport Board, to establish the Public Transport Unit, to provide for the appointment of the Director of Public Transport, to provide for permits for drivers of public buses and taxis, to provide for conditions for transporting passengers, to provide for regulations, and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill.
Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024. Clause 1, short title and commencement. Clause 2, general amendments to the Older Persons Act 2017, references to law and council of older persons. Clause 3, amendment of Section 2, interpretation. Clause 4, amendment of Section 3, the Council of Older Persons. Clause 5, amendment of Section 4, functions of the Council. Clause 6, amendment of Section 5, chairperson and deputy chairperson. Clause 7, repeal of Section 6, executive secretary. Clause 8, insertion of Section 7A, duty of confidentiality of the Council. Clause 9, insertion of Part 2A, departmental responsibility for the subject of older persons. Clause 10, repeal of Part 3, the Older Persons Register. Clause 11, insertion of Sections 17A and 17B, equal access decision-making. Clause 12, insertion of Parts 4A, 4B, and 4C, notification and investigation of abuse or neglect. Intervention orders. Sorry, I'll say that again. Clause 12, insertion of Parts 4A, 4B, and 4C, notification and investigation of abuse or neglect, intervention orders, the Older Persons Tribunal. Clause 13, substitution of Section 18, obstruction of authorized persons. Clause 14, insertion of sections 18A and 18B, rules of court, appeals of court decisions. Clause 15, amendment of schedule, the Council of Older Persons. Clause 16, insertion of Schedule 2, the Older Persons Tribunal.
The question is that clauses 1 through 16 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 through 16 stand part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Older Persons Act 2017 in order to revise the definition of the term older person, to rename the Council of Older Persons, increase its functions, and change its membership, to identify a department with responsibility for the subject of older persons, to remove the requirement for the maintenance of the Older Persons Register, to increase the protection of the rights of older persons, to provide for the notification and investigation of abuse or neglect of older persons, to enable the issue of an intervention order in a case where an older person lacks capacity to make certain decisions, to establish the Older Persons Tribunal for the purpose of determining complaints relating to access to rights of older persons and requirements imposed on mandatory reporters, and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill.
Children Amendment Bill 2024. Clause 1, short title and commencement. Clause 2, general amendments to the Children Act 2012 revision. Deletion of the words Governor and Cabinet. References to parts. References to the word authorize. Deletion of the words police protection. Clause 3, repeal and substitution of part heading Part 1, introductory. Clause 4, amendment of Section 2, interpretation. Clause 5, amendment of Section 3, welfare of a child. Clause 6, insertion of Section 3A, voice of the child. Clause 7, amendment of Section 4, parental responsibility for children. Clause 8, amendment of Section 4A, acquisition of parental responsibility by a step-parent. Clause 9, amendment of Section 6, acquisition of parental responsibility by father. Clause 10, amendment of Section 9, welfare reports. Clause 11, insertion of Sections 9A and 9B, disclosure of interest by an officer of the department. Confidentiality of information held by the department. Clause 12, amendment of Section 10, residence, contact, and other orders with respect to children. Clause 13, amendment of Section 11, restrictions on making Section 10 orders. Clause 14, amendment of Section 12, power of court to make Section 10 orders. And Clause 15, amendment of Section 13, general principles and supplementary provisions.
The question is that clauses 1 through 15 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 through 15 stand part of the bill.
Clause 16, insertion of section 16A, duty of parents to maintain children.
I have notice of a committee stage amendment to be moved by Mr. Andre Ebanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 52, subsection 1 and subsection 2, I, Andre Ebanks, elected member for West Bay South, give notice to move the following amendments to the Children Amendment Bill 2024. That the bill be amended in Clause 16 as follows. A, by repealing the proposed section heading and substituting the following new section heading, quote, insertion of sections 16A and 16B, duty of parents to maintain children, power of the court to issue maintenance orders in the case of parental loss due to criminal acts, the Shemaiah Grant Order, end quote. Paragraph B, in the chapeau, by deleting the word section and substituting the word sections. Paragraph C, in the proposed new section 16A, by deleting the words the parent and substituting the words the parent. And D, by inserting after the proposed new section 16A as amended the following new section, quote, power of the court to issue maintenance orders in the case of parental loss due to criminal acts, the Shemaiah Grant Order, end quote, quote, 16B, where the parent of a child referred to in section 16A dies as a result of the commission of an offense which resulted in the death of that parent, the court may, A, upon application or on its own motion, and having regard to any matters which a court considers relevant in the interest of justice, make an order, subject to such conditions as a court considers appropriate, requiring that the person convicted for the commission of that offense to make periodic payments for the maintenance and upbringing of the child, and such payments may be enforced in the same manner, subject to any necessary modifications as the maintenance orders under this act, end quote.
The motion has been duly moved. Does the honorable member wish to speak to it?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this amendment, it comes about primarily due to the advocacy of the family of the late Shemaiah Grant, whose life was taken after a fatal crash on the 2nd of May, 2021. If memory serves, Mr. Chair, in my freshman term, that was the first death I have faced for a constituent. And Mr. Grant was very young. And it was a very painful service for all of West Bay. Since that time, the grieving family has been advocating for amendments to the traffic or roads legislation. They've had online petitions. They've worked with foreign nonprofit organizations such as Mothers Against Drunk Driving to advocate for restitution payments following particularly the death of a parent due to drunk driving. Upon seeing the traffic amendment bill, the family noticed that a restitution provision was not included and noted that the term was coming to an end, and they wondered how this might still have a chance to be addressed within this term. My concern was that I didn't think that the restitution provision fit within the long title of the traffic amendment bill, and that had a very narrow provision. So I revisited their arguments and their suggested provisions, and noticed that in a couple of the foreign jurisdictions, the matter was not handled in road or traffic acts, but was handled in children's compensation acts. So as the good Lord would have it, it seemed to me that the solution potentially was still in the hands of this House and this meeting, because the Children Amendment Bill was dealing with the amendment of maintenance, although really as a result of the Maintenance Act and maintenance as we know it for a parent to take care of a child. But it occurred to me, well, what happens if there isn't a parent? So it seemed to me, and I conferred with colleagues, that this may fit as a connected purpose of the bill and offers the court another tool in their toolkit to, on a case-by-case basis, judge whether or not restitution should be made to maintain a child where the parent has died as a result of a criminal act, particularly because there's a gap in the social development framework as that those guardians, which in this case are primarily the grandparents, are working, have good incomes, but certainly weren't prepared to take on another child without the income of the parent, and would not be able to qualify for financial assistance from the Department of Financial Assistance. So there's a gap in our framework. So with that in mind, and trying to apply what legal drafting is, I've seen them do over the years, was put together a committee stage amendment that I thought would at least bring the issue to the forefront and bring it to a head. And as I mentioned in the debate on the bill, I couldn't be more grateful to the government and to the Deputy Premier for, one, agreeing the principle and giving the drafting to the legal drafting team to be able to put it to the legal drafting standard with the necessary refinements and enhancements, so that not just for the Grant family, but there are a number of other families, not just in West Bay, but through the country, that have suffered a similar experience. And they may too be able to find restitution as a court might consider appropriate on a case-by-case basis. So with that, Mr. Chair, given that the government has a refined version, I would now move a motion to withdraw the committee stage amendment standing in my name in exchange for the government's enhanced version. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would turn to move a motion. I, Andre Ebanks, elected member for West Bay South, move that the committee stage amendment with respect to clause 16 standing in my name be withdrawn.
The motion to withdraw has been duly moved. Does any member wish to speak?
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to recognize the sentiments made by the former minister and applaud him for bringing these proposed amendments and opining further on the new amendments that will be coming subsequent, more with a cleanup exercise from a drafting perspective, and to say to the Grant family that this order will be made the Shemaiah Grant order in the memory of him, and it was able to be done by the member of West Bay South commitment and the working together of all members of this honorable House, and I'm honored on behalf of the government to be able to be a part of the amendments.
Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, I'll put the question. The question is that the committee stage amendment to clause 16 of the Children Amendment Bill 2024, moved by Mr. Andre Ebanks, be withdrawn. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The committee stage amendment proposed to standing order, to clause 16 of the Children Amendment Bill 2024 and moved by Mr. Andre Ebanks is withdrawn. Honorable Minister Brian, Deputy Premier, there is, as you alluded to, a proposed amendment to Clause 16 to be moved by you. Would you do so now, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with the provisions of the Standing Orders 52(1) and 2, I, the Honorable Kenneth Bryan, Deputy Premier and Minister for Social Development and Innovation, give notice to move the following amendments to the Children Amendment Bill 2024. 1. That the bill be amended by deleting Clause 16 and substituting the following clauses. Insert of Sections 16A and 16B, duty of parents to maintain children, order of payments for maintenance and upbringing of child in case of death of parent due to the prescribed criminal acts, open brackets, the Shemaiah Grant Order, close brackets. 16, the principal act to be amended by inserting after the heading financial relief the following sections. Duty of parents to maintain children. 16A, a parent of a child is liable to maintain the child, failing which an order for financial relief in accordance with Schedule 1 may be made against the parent. Order for payments for maintenance and upbringing of child in case of death of parent due to prescribed criminal acts, open bracket, the Shemaiah Grant Order, close bracket. 16B, where the court finds a person liable for death of a parent of a child as a result of the commission of a criminal act specified in Schedule 1, the court may grant an order against the person or the person's estate for payments to be made for the maintenance and the upbringing of the child. Open brackets, the Shemaiah Grant Order, close brackets. A, on application made by the parent or guardian of the child or by any person in whose favor a resident order is in force with respect to the child or on the court's own motion, and B, having regard to any matters which the court considers relevant in the interest of justice, subject to any conditions as the court considers appropriate, and the payments may be enforced in the same manner, subject to the necessary modifications as an order for financial relief under this Act.
The amendment has been duly moved. Does the Honorable Brian wish to speak there too?
No, Mr. Chair, other than to say thanks.
Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Honorary Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one more time to thank the government for moving that amendment, and to say to the Grant family and all the other families, this one's for you.
The question is that the amendment, sorry, Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just in support. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Like the honorable member from West Bay South, Honorable Deputy Premier, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I am also in support of the initiative. I think when the Grant family or relatives were making their rounds, I had the opportunity to also meet with them, and I was also persuaded by the merit in what they were saying, given the circumstances that led to the death of young Shemaiah at the time. But research has shown, Mr. Chair, that there is a concept, certainly in the United States, if I understand it, called the Bentley Law. And it requires convicted drunken drivers to pay child support for children who lose one or both parents in a fatal accident. And that's the position in Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, and other states. Mr. Chair, the research showing that the Bentley Law, as it is called, in some states, is about holding people accountable for drunken driving, and by guaranteeing financial support for children who have lost the providers. And in making the award or the determination, Mr. Chair, court would determine an amount of child support to be paid following a conviction of the driver, it's culpable, usually in the case of DUI. And the payment would all be made to the guardian of the children or until the children turn 18, or child rather turn 18 or 23, I suppose 23 if they're undergoing tertiary education. And if the person is in prison, which is always invariably the case, they would start paying a year after their release, after their release from prison. And so, but it is, in fact, another form, if you will, of not just punishment, but certainly, well, a deterrent kind of punishment, and one, in my view, which is quite justifiable and timely, given some of what we're experiencing on our roads, Mr. Speaker. I did mention, and in the interest of transparency, I did mention that given the significance of it, it would have been helpful, if you will, if we had more time for wider public consultation, given the significance of it. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I certainly appreciate and understand the timing around it, and I certainly have no objection. I think as we go along, we'll have to take another deeper dive into it, because there is the question of double recovery. Usually, as you know, sir, from your background, in these sort of instances, there's always the wrongful debt claim and brought against insurance companies. And the question is whether you were looking at a double recovery kind of arrangement, or whether we need to legislate against that, or if we're going to allow that, how it needs to be structured and so. So those are things that will need to be looked at going forward. But certainly, as a start, I think this is very commendable, and I certainly want to join in commending the Honourable Member and the Honourable Deputy Premier in advancing the initiative. And so I certainly lend my voice in support. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, the question is that the amendment stands part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. The question now is that clause 16 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Well, I presume no one wishes to speak to the amended clause. The question now is that the clause as amended stands part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 17, amendment of Section 18, Family Assistance Orders. Clause 18, repeal and substitution of Section 19, provision of services for children in need, their families, and others. Clause 19, repeal of Sections 20 and 21, daycare for preschool and other children, review of provision for daycare, child minding, etc. Clause 20, amendment of Section 22, provision of accommodation for children, General. Clause 21. Amendment to Section 25. Provision of accommodation and maintenance by the Department of Children whom it is looking after. Clause 22. Amendment to Section 26. Advice and assistance for certain children. Clause 23. Repeal and substitution of Section 27. Use of accommodation for restricting liberty. Clause 24. Amendment of Section 30. Cooperation between departments. Clause 25. Amendment of Section 31. Recoupment of cost of providing services, etc. Clause 26. Amendment of Section 32A. Notification of abuse or neglect. Clause 27. Amendment of Section 32C. Confidentiality of notification of abuse or neglect. Clause 28. Amendment of Section 32D. Department not obliged to take action. Clause 29. Repeal and substitution of Section 32E. Assessment and investigation of report by department. Clause 30. Amendment of Section 33. Care and supervision of orders. Clause 31. Insertion of Section 35A, Care Plan. Clause 32. Amendment of Section 36. Parental contact, etc., with children in care. Clause 33. Insertion of Sections 38A and 38B. Power of court to order participation in treatment program. Power of court to order drug testing. Clause 34. Insertion of Section 40A. Power to include exclusion requirement in interim care order. Clause 35. Amendment of Section 43. Representation of child and of his interests in certain proceedings. Clause 36. Insertion of Part 4A. Freeing a child for adoption. Clause 37. Amendment of Section 46. Orders for emergency protection of children. Clause 38. Insertion of Section 46A. Power to include exclusion requirement in emergency protection order. Clause 39. Repeal and substitution of Section 49. Removal and accommodation of children by police in cases of emergency. Clause 40. Amendment of Section 50. Duty of the department to investigate.
The question is that clauses 17 through 40 stand part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 17 through 40 stand part of the bill.
Clause 41. Amendment of Section 51. Powers to assist in discovery of children who may be in need of emergency protection. Clause 42. Amendment of Section 52. Abduction of children in care, etc. Clause 43. Amendment of Section 53. Recovery of abducted children, etc. Clause 44. Repeal and substitution of Section 54. Refuges for children at risk. Clause 45. Repeal of Parts 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Community homes, voluntary homes, and voluntary organizations, registered children's homes, private arrangements for fostering children, child minding, and daycare for young children. Clause 46. Repeal and substitution of Part Heading of Part 11, Governor and Cabinets and Governor's Supervisory Functions and Responsibilities. Clause 47. Amendment of Section 80, Inspection of children's homes, etc., by persons authorized by the Governor and Cabinet. Clause 48. Amendment of Section 81, Inquiries. Clause 49. Amendment of Section 82, Research and Returns of Information.
The question is that clauses 41 through 49 stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 41 through 49 stand part of the bill.
Clause 50, insertion of Part 11A, Commissioner for Children and Young Persons.
There is notice of a committee stage amendment being proposed by the Honorable Kenneth Bryan. Honorable Minister, would you please move the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In accordance with the provisions of Standing Orders 52, 1 and 2, I, the Honorable Kenneth Bryan, Deputy Premier and Minister for Social Development and Innovation, give notice to move the following further amendments to the Children Amendment Bill 2024. 1. That the bill be amended in Clause 50 as follows. A. In the proposed Section 38A, by deleting the proposed subsection 8 and substituting the following subsections. 8. The Commissioner for Children and Young Persons may, A. have the appointment of the Commissioner for Children and Young Persons revoked by the Governor if the Commissioner for Children and Young Persons 1. become unsound mind or become permanently unable to perform the functions of Commissioner for Children and Young Persons by reasons of ill health. 2. Becomes bankrupt. 3. Fails to carry out the functions conferred on the Commissioner for Children and Young Persons by this Act or any other Act. Or 4. Brings the office of the Commissioner for Children and Young Persons into disrepute. Or B. Be dismissed on the same basis and in accordance with the same procedure as a chief officer under the Public Service Management Act 2018 revision. And B. In the proposed Section 83H2 as follows. 1. In the proposed paragraph A, by inserting after the words 2018 revision, the words including as it relates to personal arrangements of the Office of the Commissioner for Children and Young Persons. And 2. In the proposed paragraph B, by deleting the words in the opinion of the Commissioner for Children and Young Persons. And C. In the proposed Section 83I2, by inserting after the words public officers the words and matters relating to the personnel arrangements of the officers, including discipline and dismissal, shall be governed by the Public Service Management Act 2018 revision.
The amendment has been duly moved. Does any member wish to speak thereto?
Mr. Chairman, just to opine further on these amendments and the necessity for them, the members may remember during the debate we referred to bringing the sections that would align with the Public Service Management Act in respect to discipline and revocation of a commissioner to be that of like a chief officer, as well as in the amended B section with persons who work for the commissioner to also be in line with the Public Service Management Act, just to bring them all in line with the public service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, the question is that the amendment stands part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. The question now is that clause 50 as amended stand part of the bill. Does any member wish to speak? If no member wishes to speak, the question is that clause 50, as amended, stands part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 51, repeal and substitution of Section 88A, attendance in court by parent. Clause 52, amendment of Section 90, privacy for children involved in certain proceedings. Clause 53, amendment of Section 91, self-incrimination. Clause 54, amendment of Section 93, power of constable to assist in exercise of certain powers to search for children or inspect premises. Clause 55, insertion of Sections 93A and 93B, incompatibility of other legislation, protection from liability for disclosures made pursuant to this Act. Clause 56, amendment of Section 95, regulations and orders. Clause 57, insertion of Section 95A, amendment of schedules. Clause 58, amendment of Section 96, financial provisions. Clause 59, amendment of Schedule 1, financial provision for children. Clause
Mr.
60.
Chair, do apologize to interrupt, but there's a further amendment to Clause 59 in this bill.
Yeah.
Couldn't deal with it before
You
because
couldn't deal with it before, yeah.
yeah, it was a part of the same amendment, but it was the second part of the amendment. The motion that I filed had two parts to it, one with 16 and one with Clause 59. Mr. Chair, if we can take the vote up till 58 and then we can go to 59.
The question is that clauses 51 through 59,
58.
through 58,
58.
do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 51 through 58 stand part of the bill.
Clause 59, amendment of Schedule 1, financial provision for children.
I have notice of a committee stage amendment proposed by the Honorable Kenneth Bryan. Honorable Minister, you wish to speak there too?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In accordance with the provisions in Standing Order 52, 1 and 2, I, the Honorable Kenneth Bryan, Deputy Premier and Minister for Social Development and Innovation, give notice to move the following amendments to the Children Amendment Bill 2024. That the bill be amended in Clause 59 in paragraph F by inserting after the proposed paragraph 15A following the following paragraph. Criminal acts for which court may grant the Shemaiah grant order. 15B, for the purposes of Section 16B, a court may grant a Shemaiah grant order in respect of any of the following criminal acts. A, causing death by dangerous or reckless driving under Section 75 of the Traffic Act 2023 revision. B, causing death by careless driving or inconsiderate driving under Section 79 of the Traffic Act 2023 revision. C, causing death by driving whether the driver is unlicensed, where the driver is unlicensed, disqualified, or uninsured, under Section 80 of the Traffic Act 2023 revision, or D, causing death by driving or being in charge of a vehicle while under the influence of alcohol or drugs under Section 83 of the Traffic Act 2023 revision.
The amendment has been duly moved. Does any member wish to speak thereto?
Mr. Chair, merely to say this is the second clause amendment to complete the intended Shemaiah grant order, which lists out the acts upon which such an order can be granted. And again, I thank the honorable member, and hopefully this Shemaiah grant order completion will give comfort to the family of the Grant family to know that his life was not in vain, and hopefully will protect any other family from such a loss, and the ability from a financial perspective provide for a child who has lost their parents.
Does any other member wish to speak? Mrs. Catherine Ebanks-Wilkes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to express my support to this amendment. This is certainly a provision that should promote more responsible behaviors in our country, and it is a start to providing relief to those children who have lost a parent as a result of someone conducting a criminal act. Mr. Speaker, I would like to go on record to thank the member for West Bay South for his continued efforts and innovation to propose this maintenance order, the Shemaiah grant order. I would also like to thank the Honorable Deputy Premier and the government for their cooperation and collaboration. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I would like to thank the family of the late Shemaiah Grant for their continued advocacy in memory of Shemaiah. And as the Deputy Premier just mentioned, through their advocacy and the cooperation of the member of West Bay South, other children will now, subject to this amendment being approved here today, have the benefit of a maintenance order. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Henry Banks.
Just very briefly, 2 points, Mr. Chair. One, to again thank the government and the Deputy Premier, and also to pick up on a point that the Attorney General made earlier. It's in other jurisdictions, it's not only the court's ability to make the order, it's actually the deterrent effect that when news of this is sent out to the public, it takes greater notice. And I think in certain states, they're starting to see road fatalities decline after this has been introduced. So it's also the deterrent effect, which has a positive impact for the community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, the question is that the amendment stands part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. The question now is that the clause as amended stands part of the bill. Does any member wish to speak? If no member wishes to speak, the question now is that the clause as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 60, Amendment of Schedule 2, Department Support for Children and Families. Clause 61, Amendment of Schedule 3, Supervision Orders. Clause 62, Insertion of Schedules 3A and 3B, Matters not subject to investigation by the Commissioner for Children and Young Persons Advisory Panel. Clause 63, Repeal of Schedules 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, Management and Conduct of Community Homes, Voluntary Homes, and voluntary organizations, registered children's homes, foster parents, limits on number of fostered children, privately fostered children, child minding and daycare for young children. Clause 64, amendment of Schedule 10, amendments, transitional provisions, savings, and repeals. Clause 65, repeal of regulations.
The question is that clauses 60 through 65 stand part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 60 through 65 stand part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Children Act 2012 revision to provide for the acquisition of parental responsibility by persons in civil partnerships, to clarify the process for transferring a child to secure accommodation, to introduce care plans, to introduce new provisions regarding children's homes, to amend the disclosure and information sharing provisions relating to the department, to establish the Office of the Commissioner for Children and Young Persons, to repeal certain parts of and regulations under the Act, and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title does stand part of the bill.
Maintenance Amendment Bill 2024. Clause 1. Short title and commencement. Clause 2. General amendments to the Maintenance Act 1996 revision. References to part headings. Clause 3. Amendment of Section 2. Definitions. Clause 4. Repeal of Section 3. Duty of man to maintain certain children. Clause 5. Repeal of Section 4. Duty of woman to maintain certain children. Clause 6. Repeal and substitution of Section 6. Method of compelling performance of duties imposed by this Act. Clause 7. Amendment of Section 7. Manner of proceeding on summons. Clause 8. Repeal and substitution of Section 8. Duration of order of maintenance. Clause 9. Repeal of Section 10. Burden of proof. Clause 10. Repeal and substitution of Section 12. Penalties on neglecting to maintain wife and children or abandoning them. Clause 11. Repeal and substitution of Section 13. Order for maintenance of wife and children. Clause 12. Amendment of Section 18. Courts and officers shall take steps for enforcing orders.
The question is that clauses 1 through 12 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 through 12 stand part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Maintenance Act 1996 revision to remove references to maintenance of children as matters dealing with the maintenance of children are being provided. A bill for an act to amend the Maintenance Act 1996 revision to remove references to maintenance of children as matters dealing with the maintenance of children are being provided for under the Children Act 2012 revision, to remove references to affiliation orders as a consequence of the repeal of the Affiliation Act 1995 revision, and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title does stand part of the bill. It's 74 or something, right?
Adoption Bill 2024. Clause 1, short title and commencement. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 3, adoption principles. Clause 4, application of the convention. Clause 5, the adoption board of the Cayman Islands. Clause 6, duties of the board. Clause 7, appointment and constitution of the board. Clause 8, term of appointment. Clause 9, termination of office. Clause 10, secretary to the board. Clause 11, requirement to make a declaration. Clause 12, disclosure of interests. Clause 13, duty of confidentiality by the board and the secretary. Clause 14, provision of services related to adoptions. Clause 15, application of Part 4. Clause 16, application expressing interest in adopting. Clause 17, approval to bring child into the islands for certain types of adoption. Clause 18, home study assessment and report. Clause 19, supervision report. Clause 20, jurisdiction and procedure. Clause 21, power of the court to make adoption orders relating to a child. Clause 22, power of the court to make youth adoption orders.
The question is that clauses 1 through 22 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 through 22 do stand part of the bill.
Clause 23, application of Part 6. Clause 24, eligibility to adopt a child. Clause 25, court's power to dispense with consent to adoption. Clause 26, consent to adoption, natural parents under 18 years. Clause 27, interim orders. Clause 28, evidence of consent of parent or guardian. Clause 29, functions of the court as to adoption orders. Clause 30, de facto adoptions. Clause 31, adoption by departmental foster parents. Clause 32, application of Part 7. Clause 33, application for youth adoption order. Clause 34, eligibility to adopt a young person. Clause 35, court's power to dispense with consent to adoption of young person. Clause 36, functions of the court as to youth adoption orders. Clause 37, approval for inter-country adoption, Caymanians and residents. Clause 38, approval for inter-country adoption, non-Caymanians and non-residents. Clause 39, non-application of Section 37 to certain adoptions. Clause 40, approval to bring child into the islands for adoption under Section 37. Clause 41, approval of overseas adoption of Caymanian child. Clause 42, license to send non-Caymanian child abroad for adoption. Clause 43, memoranda of understanding. Clause 44, provision and exchange of information. Clause 45, rules of court. Clause 46, hearings to be in private. Clause 47, persons entitled to be heard. Clause 48, duties of court on making an adoption order. Clause 49, right of access to reports. Clause 50, order for medical information to be provided to adopters. Clause 51, secrecy of previous identity. Clause 52, change of name. Clause 53, supervision in exceptional circumstances. Clause 54, confidentiality of court files. Clause 55, appeals to the Court of Appeal.
The question is that clauses 23 through 55 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 23 through 55 do stand part of the bill.
Clause 56, disclosure of information. Clause 57, request by adoptee for information regarding original registration of birth. Clause 58, effect of adoption order. Clause 59, intestacies, wills, and settlements. Clause 60, provisions supplementary to Section 59. Clause 61, revocation of adoption order. Clause 62, care and custody of child in the event of refusal of application or revocation of adoption order. Clause 63, adopted children and young persons register. Clause 64, restriction on making arrangements for placement or adoption. Clause 65, restriction on advertisements. Clause 66, restrictions on sending children abroad for adoption. Clause 67, unlawful disclosure of confidential information. Clause 68, making a false or misleading statement. Clause 69, prohibition on payment for adoptions. Clause 70, delegation by director. Clause 71, amendment of schedules. Clause 72, regulations. Clause 73, repeal. Clause 74, transitional provisions.
The question is that clauses 56 through 74 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 56 through 74 do stand part of the bill.
Schedule 1, Section 2. Schedule 2, Section 41.
The question is that Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Schedules 1 and Schedule 2 do stand part of the bill.
A bill for an act to repeal and replace the Adoption of Children Act 2013 and the Adoption of Children Act 2021 revision, to clarify the procedure regarding adoptions in the islands, to provide for inter-country adoptions and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title does stand part of the bill. The question now is that the bills be reported to the House. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The bills will accordingly be reported to the House. The House will now resume. The House is resumed. Given the hour, May I invite the Honorable Premier to move the suspension of Standing Order 10-2 in order that the business of the House may continue beyond the hour of interruption.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the suspension of Standing Order 10-2 to allow the business to continue beyond the hour of interruption until the conclusion of today's order paper.
The question is that Standing Order 10-2 be suspended in order that the business of the House may continue beyond the hour of interruption until the completion of today's order paper. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Accordingly, Standing Order 10-2 is suspended and the business of the House will continue until the completion of today's order paper.
Report on bills. Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Temporary Minister. Oh no, wrong one. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that a bill entitled, the short title of which is the Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2024, was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendment.
The bill has been reported to the House and is set down for third reading.
Traffic Amendment Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Temporary Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, and Transport and Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the bill shortly entitled the Traffic Amendment Bill 2024 to be read a third time and passed.
No, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
I am to report, sorry, that a committee of the whole House has, can you just ask me that, you know? The committee of the whole House has considered the bill shortly entitled the Traffic Amendment Bill 2024. It was passed with amendments.
The bill has been duly reported to the House and is set down for third reading.
Public Transport Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Temporary Minister for Planning and all of those other subjects.
Mr. Speaker, I am to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill shortly entitled the Public Transport Bill 2024, and it was passed with amendments.
The bill has been duly reported to the House and set down for third reading.
Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am to report that a committee of the whole House has considered the bill shortly entitled the Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024, and it was passed without amendments.
The bill has been duly reported to the House and is set down for third reading.
Children Amendment Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am to report that a committee of the whole House has considered the bill shortly entitled the Children's Amendment Bill 2024, and it was passed with amendments.
The bill has been duly reported to the House and is set down for third reading.
Maintenance Amendment Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am to report that a committee of the whole House has considered the bill shortly entitled the Maintenance Amendment Bill 2024 and was passed without amendments.
The bill has been duly reported to the House and is set down for third reading.
Adoption Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am to report that a committee of the whole House has considered the bill shortly entitled the Adoption Bill 2024 and was passed without amendments.
The bill has been duly reported to the House and is set down for third reading.
Third readings. Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2024 be given a third reading and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2024 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a third time and is passed.
Traffic Amendment Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Temporary Acting Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, and Transport and Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Traffic Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Traffic Amendment Bill 2024 be given a third reading and passed. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The Traffic Amendment Bill 2024 has been given a third reading and is passed.
Public Transport Bill 2024.
I recognize the Acting Temporary Minister of Planning
Thank
and
you,
all
Mr.
of those other things, yes.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Speaker.
can't remember.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Public Transport Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Public Transport Bill 2024 be given a third reading and passed. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. The Public Transport Bill 2024 has been given a third reading and is passed.
Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled the Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024 be given a third reading and passed. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. The Older Persons Amendment Bill 2024 has been given a third reading and is passed.
Children Amendment Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Children Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Children Amendment Bill 2024 be given a third reading and passed. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. The Children Amendment Bill 2024 has been given a third reading and is passed.
Maintenance Amendment Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled the Maintenance Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Maintenance Amendment Bill 2024 be given a third reading and passed. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. The Maintenance Amendment Bill 2024 has been given a third reading and is passed.
Adoption Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled the Adoption Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Adoption Bill 2024 be given a third reading and passed. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. The Adoption Bill 2024 has been given a third reading and is passed.
Motions. Government Motion Number 5 of 2024-2025. Beneficial Ownership Transparency, Legitimate Interest Access Regulations 2024. To be moved by the Honourable Premier, Minister of Finance, Education, District Administration and Lands, Financial Services and Commerce, and Health.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move Government Motion Number 5 of 2024-2025, Beneficial Ownership Transparency, Legitimate Interest Access Regulations 2024, whereas Section 22(6) of the Beneficial Ownership Transparency Act 2023 provides that Cabinet may, subject to affirmative resolution in the Parliament, make regulations empowering the competent authority to provide access to members of the public to beneficial ownership information. And whereas the Cabinet approved the Beneficial Ownership Transparency Legitimate Interest Access Regulations 2024 by circulation on the 29th of November 2024. And whereas the Government of the Cayman Islands, pursuant to Section 22(6) of the Beneficial Ownership Transparency and the attached regulations, be it now therefore resolved that the Parliament hereby approve the Beneficial Ownership Transparency Legitimate Interest Access Regulations 2024.
The motion has been duly moved. Does the Honourable Premier wish to speak thereto?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the topic of beneficial ownership is one that comes up regularly in discussions about our financial services industry. It has been a topic of particular interest in the UK for the past several years, with often unflattering reports on the UK overseas territories. As a brief history, Mr. Speaker, in October 2019, the Cayman Islands government made a commitment to the UK to introduce a public register of beneficial ownership information when it became the international standard. The commitment, Mr. Speaker, was made in response to pressure from the UK on the overseas territories and the threat of a draft order in council by the UK, and they were considering to so activate. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Financial Services and Commerce commenced a policy development in 2020 with the first public consultation on the subject matter taking place in 2021. In November 2022, Mr. Speaker, the European Court of Justice issued a judgment where they declared that the public access to beneficial ownership information in Luxembourg and other member states was a disproportionate interference with the rights guaranteed by the Charter of Fundamental Rights. Given the judgment, Mr. Speaker, the following engagement with expert constitutional counsel, the Cayman Islands government issued an updated commitment in December of last year to provide access to beneficial ownership information only to those members of the public who meet a legitimate interest test. Mr. Speaker, the Beneficial Ownership Transparency Legitimate Interest Access Regulations 2024 were developed in line with this updated commitment and were consulted upon extensively with industry members. On the topic of consultation, Mr. Speaker, during the last round of consultation in October of this year, the majority of the comments provided by industry members were suggestions to enhance the clarity of certain provisions rather than concerns about the policy itself. Mr. Speaker, on the 27th day of November this year, Cabinet approved the Beneficial Ownership Transparency Legitimate Interest Access Regulations 2024. Mr. Speaker, these regulations have been developed to provide access to beneficial ownership information to a member of the public that is engaged in journalism or academic research, acting on behalf of civil society, organization, or seeking information in the context of a business relationship or a transaction. Mr. Speaker, members of the public falling within one of these categories of people that I just mentioned must also give evidence that they have a legitimate interest in the information being sought, as they are seeking it for the purpose of preventing, detecting, investigating, combating, or prosecuting money laundering, its predicate offenses, or countering the financing of terrorism. Mr. Speaker, these regulations carefully balance transparency with privacy rights and were drafted in collaboration with expert constitutional counsel, namely Sir Geoffrey Jowell, KC. With the UK previously not accepting legitimate interest access as a mechanism to provide public access and pushing overseas territories to introduce full publicly accessible registers, Mr. Speaker, the team and I were ready to make our case when we attended the Joint Ministerial Council last year. At this juncture, I'd also wish to thank the former Minister responsible for financial services for the foundation work that he did, as well as the former Premier when they went to the UK and made a commitment a year or two ago. However, Mr. Speaker, the meeting that I had with the Minister of State, Europe, North America and Overseas Territories, the Honourable Stephen Doughty, MP, was very fruitful. The Overseas Territories MP was very accommodating. There was acceptance with the path that we created and committed to, with just one relatively minor concern raised about legitimate interest access applications. The Minister of Financial Services and Commerce, Mr. Speaker, made the necessary amendments that meet this act while also respecting privacy and our constitutional obligations. Mr. Speaker, successful discussions were also held at the Joint Ministerial Council itself, with acceptance of legitimate interest access being the path by which the Cayman Islands, as well as some of the other overseas territories, stuck to. Mr. Speaker, in the JMC communique, there was mention of publicly accessible registers of beneficial ownership and global norms, but the mention relates to the overseas territories, noting the UK government's ambition that publicly accessible registers of beneficial ownership become a global norm. However, Mr. Speaker, the agreed communique speaks of our commitment to legitimate interest access registers with legislation approved by April 2025. Mr. Speaker, I therefore left the JMC with even more confidence in the approach taken by the Cayman Islands. As such, Mr. Speaker, under Section 22(6) of the Beneficial Ownership Transparency Act 2023, these regulations are subject to affirmative resolution of this Honourable House. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, commend the motion to be approved for the beneficial ownership, transparency, legitimate interest access regulations to this Honourable House. As members will recall, they were laid on the table of Parliament earlier this week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Member from Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My contribution will actually be quite short. I've always had an issue with beneficial ownership when it comes on to privacy rights, and I think our position has always been that when it becomes a global standard, it's something we will look at. I know the pressure that comes to bear on the government with regards to this, and I do sympathize with them in that regard. But recognizing, as the Premier mentioned in her address, what the ruling was of the European Court of Human Rights with regards to privacy and everything else, like I said, this is something that I still have very deep reservations and concerns about. And at this point, I don't think I can support it until it becomes a global standard, but I can only speak for me and the people that I represent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I'll invite the Honorable Premier to exercise her right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to members for their understanding of the importance of this and the pressures that bear. I also wish to thank the member from Bordentown West for his opinion. It is a democracy, and we appreciate the individual opinions of all. Mr. Speaker, beneficial ownership has been a key topic for our financial services for several years. It is fair to say that there have been some concerns that pressure from the United Kingdom to have public accessible registers would adversely affect our financial services industry. Mr. Speaker, thankfully, this has not come to pass. These regulations provide what we believe are an acceptable and balanced alternative that will appropriately address the issue for access to beneficial ownership information for those persons whose objective is to help combat and prevent money laundering without infringing our Privacy Acts or infringing our constitutional obligations. Mr. Speaker, in the past, there have been much trepidation in the Cayman Islands taking a leadership role where international standards were still evolving. Their preference was to lag behind and to take a wait-and-see approach. This has often been a risky proposition and one that on occasion worked to our competitive disadvantage. However, if we do not proactively engage with the international standard setters on best practice and evolving standards, we lose the opportunity to ensure that the Cayman Islands financial services is fully understood internationally and that such standards remain proportionate when effectively deployed. With several assessments, Mr. Speaker, in our near future, most notably our fifth round of the FATF Mutual Evaluation Assessment, this bold step with respect to the transparency of our entities will also help to mitigate the risk of being left behind when standards change. Mr. Speaker, our step to introduce legitimate interest access does not, in our considered opinion, put the Cayman Islands in any forward-looking position that has been noticed by major jurisdiction and international standard setters. By working collaboratively, we have an opportunity now to help shape the discussion on beneficial ownership and act in the best interest of the Cayman Islands. What has been absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker, to us over the past few years is that we have taken a steady, principled approach to beneficial ownership while being cognizant of our Constitution, international jurisprudence, and the needs of our local industry, who've always been consulted. By developing this expertise, Mr. Speaker, we, I believe, are now in a better control of the path that we have taken with regards to beneficial ownership transparency. We are upholding our role in this global fight against illicit activity. We are helping to secure the continued success of our financial services, which is a very forefront runner of our revenue in this country. Former governments and ministers, including the president, are very cognizant of the sensitivity of this particular area, and I can assure you that it went without notice that the line in the sand was that if we were insisted upon going to full beneficial ownership, that we too would have taken a route to the European courts. That was fully understood, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to say that we came away with the Prime Minister saying that they would not invoke an order in Council. And as I've said on the radio before, I held out even against advice within our own camp on the communique to ensure that there were necessary filters, including that it had to be done within our constitutional rights. Because once I had been given assurance that this current government would not go to the order in Council, it meant I had no fear of them single-handed or unilaterally trying to change the Constitution that you so ably put in place. And I thank you for your involvement to that extent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Government motion number 5 of 2024-2025, entitled Beneficial Ownership Transparency, Legitimate Interest Access Regulations and Regulations 2024. The question is, be it now therefore resolved that the Parliament hereby approves the Beneficial Ownership Transparency, Legitimate Interest Access Regulations 2024. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no.
No.
I believe the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, can I have division, please?
Just one moment. I believe the ayes have it. Government motion number 5 of 2024-2025 has been passed. Madam Clerk, division.
Honourable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
Aye.
Honourable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honourable Johanny Ebanks, absent. Honourable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honourable Dwayne Seymour, absent. Mr. Bernie Bush, absent. Honourable Makiva Bush, absent. Honourable Joseph Hugh, absent. Ms. Barbara Connolly.
Aye.
Mr. Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honourable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes.
Aye.
Mrs. Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honourable Heather Bodden. Absent. Honourable Wayne Panton.
Aye.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell. Absent. Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Aye.
Mr. David White. Absent. Mr. Christopher Saunders.
No.
The results of the division: 9 ayes, 1 no, 8 absentees. I declare government motion number 5 of 2024-2025 duly passed. Madam Premier, we've come to the end of the order paper and indeed the end of all of the business set for this meeting of the House. It has been customary, even before I became a member of Parliament, at this point in the year, for members to have the opportunity to offer brief Christmas greetings and well wishes to their constituents. I shall afford that opportunity, Madam Premier, beginning with your good self. And I emphasize brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, seeing that I did not avail myself many times in the past almost 30 years, and seeing that this is going to be my last one, I would ask your indulgence for mine to be brief plus one. As we come, Mr. Speaker, to the end of this calendar year, I am grateful for your permission to address the Honourable Parliament, and by extension, the good people of the Cayman Islands, and in particular, the people of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, during this Advent season, where hearts are filled with hope and anticipation for a celebration of the birth of our Lord and Saviour. Therefore, as we close out, Mr. Speaker, this second meeting of the Parliament, I wish to bring, on behalf of the elected members, and that's my veiled attempt to speak on behalf, but it may not happen, of my fellow cabinet members, seasoned greetings to the people of the Cayman Islands as we have arrived at the culmination of another year by the grace of God. 2024 has been a momentous one, Mr. Speaker, for many reasons. As I stand on the floor of this honorable Parliament, I acknowledge our successes as well as our challenges. Most of all, I wish to express my gratitude for both the successes and challenges, as they have served to strengthen my faith and resolve, while humbly reminding me of the many blessings that we enjoy in these beautiful Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Cayman Islands for continually demonstrating resilience through the ups and downs of this year. It would be remiss of me not to mention the public service, who have remained buoyant through the most unexpected and uncharted waters this year. Ably led by our most capable Deputy Governor, they have followed his example and personal commitment to delivering public services. As elected leaders, Mr. Speaker, we are keenly aware that no policy, no good outcome, no service to our people can be successfully delivered without our public servants. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that I can speak for all members here today in expressing heartfelt gratitude to these public servants. Special thanks also to you, Mr. Speaker, for your sterling management of the chair and the chamber. Thanks to Madam Clark and to our hard-working staff for all of their assistance throughout. Mr. Speaker, our system of democracy continues to stand the test of time. I trust that we as elected leaders will remain fervent and steadfast in our own efforts despite the changing times in which we live. Mr. Speaker, these efforts include good governance, practices that we have seen throughout, and holding ourselves accountable to the responsibility that comes with the roles in our high office. No matter what side this Parliament that we are seated, Mr. Speaker, our common goal should remain to better the lives of those we serve who choose us to represent them within this honourable Parliament. Representation extends well beyond these walls, Mr. Speaker, and 2024 allowed many opportunities for us to represent these islands overseas through international diplomacy and engagement. I'm therefore pleased, Mr. Speaker, to have had many exchanges with leaders from far-reaching nations that strengthen our ties in the Caribbean and Commonwealth neighbours, as well as with the members of the United Kingdom government. In these exchanges, Mr. Speaker, it elevated the Cayman Islands' standing as a global leader, which has been our primary mission, and I do believe that we have been successful in this regard. Truth be told, the world still watched the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, we have been on a journey of nation building, and our progress has been through the strength and abilities that is within each of us. We must therefore continue this mission as we reconnect and recommit to the enduring legacy of our forebearers. Our collective goal, Mr. Speaker, must be to ensure that we rise to the fullest potential as Caymanians, inspired by the great works of our forefathers and motivated by future generations of Caymanians. That means staying true to the firm foundation upon which our islands were founded, for he certainly have founded it upon the seas. So, Mr. Speaker, as we slow down now to celebrate the true meaning of Christmas, the birth of Jesus Christ, I want to implore all of us to remain mindful of our neighbours, our vulnerable and elderly, those grieving among us, and persons fighting public and silent battles. 'Tis the season to remember the greatest gift ever given to humanity, which we can all do by remembering to extend to others a singular, intentional act of kindness without any strings attached. Mr. Speaker, the word love is not often used in this Parliament, but it forms the backdrop of the Christmas story. It is the foundation of the sacrifice, and when given, is a priceless gift, especially around the holidays. Let us therefore, Mr. Speaker, be reminded to make room for our loving neighbours during this Christmas season. It is perhaps easier for us to establish traditions, and yes, we do find joy and comfort and order in them. And such routines, the true meaning and reason of the season, gets buried beneath our busy schedules and our many obligations, are perhaps more relevant to us here as parliamentarians, especially as this is the Christmas before the next general elections. Our focus is cast beyond the Christmas season. However, I would urge all of us, Mr. Speaker, to remember the innocence of our childhood when we eagerly anticipated Christmas and the New Year, and we embraced the birth of Christ as a story for hope of all humanity. Let us therefore offer and receive the gift of love and kindness as we enter into the holiday season. I offer these words, Mr. Speaker, of advice to you as the longest, to each of you as the longest serving woman in the history of this Parliament. Being elected to serve our people is first and foremost a privilege, one which none of us should ever take for granted. However, as parliamentarians, there are many people who sacrifice so much to ensure that we are able to fulfill our duties and functions of our high office. Those are the people in our constituencies, our ardent supporters, the staff here in Parliament, the staff, as I've indicated early on, the civil servants and public officers, our families, our loved ones. They are the unseen ones oftentimes who face the ridicule and the pain that often goes with the cut and thrust of politics. Therefore, to each of you, my colleagues, if you are privileged to have loved ones, ensure you take time this Christmas to express your love and appreciation to each of them. As I close, Mr. Speaker, I must say that it is indeed a bittersweet moment for me today in this esteemed House of Parliament, as I acknowledge this as my final Christmas in the service as an elected member of government. And it is with the deepest sense of gratitude that I wish to express my love and appreciation to my family, who since 1992 have been in the arena with me. I also want to thank my people of Cayman East, as well as everyone else in the entire Cayman Islands. Serving you as your representative for the past 28 years have been a privilege and indeed an absolute honor. Mr. Speaker, growing up in the community of Watering Place, Cayman, now referred to as 180 Brown Square, the ringing of church bells was a much tradition, and as it was in churches across the entire Cayman Islands. I'm reminded of two verses from the Christmas carol. I heard the bells on Christmas Day, and in despair I bowed my head. There is no peace on earth, I said, for hate is strong and mocks the song of peace on earth, goodwill to men. Then peal the bells more loud and deep. God is not dead, nor doth he sleep. The wrong shall fail, the right prevail, with peace on earth, goodwill to men. Mr. Speaker, let us not then despair, for we have hope and optimism in Christ, our Lord and Savior. We have three beautiful and incredibly blessed islands where we still can enjoy peace and share goodwill towards each other. So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that you and your family and all my esteemed colleagues enjoy a safe, a peaceful Christmas, a prosperous 2025. May the good Lord continually bless these beloved Cayman Islands. I thank you for your indulgence.
Spoken like the stateswoman you are, Madam Premier. Does any other member wish to speak? Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will definitely take your guidance in being very brief. But it would be remiss of me not to take this opportunity to thank the strong staff at the Ministry of Social Development with the passage of 4 very important bills today. So I want to thank them and all stakeholders involved. Today is indeed a very successful sitting of Parliament. And it does show that though we are a minority government, we can still keep the government functioning and the Parliament functioning with working together partnerships on what is important for the people. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say thank God Thanks to all my staff in the ministry. Thank the whole of the civil service, my amazing colleagues within the government for working together over the last year. Mr. Speaker, I want to also say thank you. This is probably one of the best sittings of Parliament I've had in relationship to our strong relationship to and fro. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, to my constituents of Georgetown Central, thank you for all your continued support over this very turbulent 3 years and 8 months and thus far. But we have a lot longer journey to go. Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my family for being able to deal with all that turbulence while we go through it. But with that being said, I have a Christmas message that will be going out, so I won't take up the time today, but just to wish everybody who resides in the Cayman Islands a very, very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. May the Lord bless you and keep you this Christmas season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for a whole range of things, Minister Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this has been a most cantankerous and a momentous year all in one. But yet we stand here as a stable democracy and still holding the good ship Cayman high in esteem and stable. I want to thank the civil service. I want to thank members of Parliament. I want to thank the people of the Cayman Islands, our churches, our pastors, our families, friends near and far, our constituents. I want to say thank you to Bordentown East. Thank you for affording me this valuable piece of real estate to fight on your behalf, and that I will do. Let us be reminded that Jesus is the reason for the season, and it should be our goal to join him at the pearly gate. I ask for ceasing of wars, famine, loneliness. Father, I ask for your ever-present blessing with the 5 ministers who are still holding the good ship Cayman. Mr. Speaker, I've definitely tried to make my mark throughout this construct of government, bringing the first confidence vote in the Cayman Islands. Being the second time now, being the construct of 5 ministers trying to hold up the government in a lame duck situation. It is a lot of stress on top of stress that we had before the stress. But, Mr. Speaker, I hope the magic of Christmas fills every corner of your heart and your home with joy now and always. May your families have a holiday season that is full of wonderful surprises, treats, and non-stop laughter. Our family wishes you love, joy, and peace today, tomorrow, and always. Mr. Speaker, I love every Caymanian, even those that appear to hate. I pray for people who hate me every morning. And that is just my nature. And on the 21st of December at 3 p.m., I will show some more of that love to the children of the Cayman Islands and Bordentown East. where we will have our Christmas party. And on the 31st of December, we will have fireworks, live fireworks, and music, band. And we'll have a good time till 3 a.m. And just like how David danced. Thank you all for showing up as a parliament, even in this construct. And it means a lot to the country to see, even though we're going through our differences, we're still able to come meet, do the business of this country, and still serve our constituents and enjoy Christmas. God bless you all. Pay attention to your families. Politics takes families asunder. No one loves their family member in politics, but someone has to do the job. Pray for each other. God bless you all.
Please don't everybody get up at once. The Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise. This is going to be very brief. I rise to wish my constituents of Georgetown South and to the wider Cayman Islands a Merry Christmas and a happy, blessed, and healthy 2025. Yesterday, the PPM held our annual seniors luncheon, and it was such a joy. We had a wonderful afternoon, just spending time with our seniors. Good food, good laughter, and good entertainment. They danced, they had a wonderful time. That's what I like about Christmas, is spending time with my family and with the older folks. That's where my joy, that's where I get my joy from. So I encourage all members of this honorable house to just take time out this holiday season to go and visit a senior. Invite them over for lunch, dinner, Christmas Day. I've done the same. So I have 1 or 2 families coming over to my family's Christmas lunch, just because they may not have a home or they may not have any family to share Christmas Day with. So that's just my short message. Again, Merry Christmas to everybody. We love you all.
Minister Rankin.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to offer Christmas greetings to the people of the Cayman Islands, and in particular, my constituency of East End. Mr. Speaker, we are blessed. These Cayman Islands are truly, truly blessed. And no matter our differences, no matter our disagreements, we can agree that there's no place like the Cayman Islands. We've had our many ups and downs, but that is democracy at work. Mother Teresa said, "It is Christmas every time you let God love others through you. Yes, it is Christmas every time you smile at your brother." And I guess in this case, your sister, and offer him or her your hand. But Mr. Speaker, let us not forget the reason why we celebrate Christmas, and that is the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. You know, Isaiah 9:6 says, "For unto us a child is born, unto us a child is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulders, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace." So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the good people of East End for giving me this opportunity to represent them. I thank my family for their love and their support. I thank you, my colleagues in this Parliament and the staff of the Parliament for your friendship, and also to my staff in the Eastern office, Mr. Speaker. But I too want to really drive home the importance of family in times like this, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, may God continue to bless the beautiful people and these beautiful Cayman Islands. Thank you.
The Honourable Member, Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too shall embrace your instructions to be brief. Thank you, sir. I just want to extend Christmas greetings to you and your family, and thank you for the role that you have played in this Parliament this year, and for the leader that you have been over certainly all the years that I've been in this Parliament.
Stop, don't make me cry now.
All right, I won't. I especially appreciate too the staff of the Parliament and for the support that they provide for us all. I know sometimes we make life very difficult for them, but they rise to the occasion and they make sure they do what we ask of them. And they are very supportive of us, and I am grateful for that and wish to acknowledge that and say thank you all for what you do. And to all my colleagues here in this Parliament, I wish for you all a very happy Christmas and a very prosperous as well 2025. 2025 will be interesting for all of us as we will be facing the people once again and seeking to be elected. I do hope that we'll all take time to spend a lot of time with our families this Christmas. For me, that's what Christmas has always been and will always be. And so, Christmas Eve, I will have a lovely dinner with my 3 brothers, their families, and on Christmas Day, I will spend my day with my 3 children and 4 grandchildren. And that will give me so much joy, I could not even begin to describe it. So you can't. But I am looking forward to the time off. I almost, at this point, just feel like I'm sort of bursting with joy that we have come to the end of Parliament. And you know what? It's time to get out of here and let's go and start to do the things that we want to do. So beginning tomorrow as well, I'll be start making my way throughout the community in my constituency to meet with, talk with people, and to share the good news with them. So I wish you all, I wish my constituents and the wider Cayman Islands a very Merry Christmas, a very happy and prosperous New Year. Look forward to 2025 with a lot of hope and great anticipation. And we'll see everyone back here again in January, February of next year. Till then, I wish you all and everyone here Merry Christmas.
The Honourable Member from Newlands. It's been a long day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take the opportunity to extend Merry Christmas wishes, Happy Christmas wishes, safe and secure Christmas wishes to, firstly, my constituents, who I have the pleasure of representing, those members of my community, my constituency of Newlands. They're the reason I'm here to represent them, to represent their interests and try to make a difference in their lives. Mr. Speaker, I also want to extend those same wishes to all of my colleagues in this honorable Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in particular, I extend those to you as the presiding officer in this Parliament and for the job that you have done this year. Mr. Speaker, I extend those to all of the people of the Cayman Islands that we all collectively have the honor to represent. These beautiful, we all live in these beautiful 3 islands, and these are truly some of the most special places in the world. And it is our honor and our privilege to represent the interests of the country and our 3 little jewels and the people that inhabit them. Mr. Speaker, I agree with indications earlier from other members about the importance of spending time with family, spending time with our seniors, and of course, Mr. Speaker, our children. It has been very poignant that we have been dealing with bills which relate particularly to those particular categories of our society. I think it's appropriate that so much progress has been made in addressing the issues and the rights and clarifying the obligations around those particular categories of our society who are vulnerable and wonderful at the same time. Mr. Speaker, I want to extend those Christmas wishes as well to all members of Parliament and all members of the civil service, and in particular, I suppose, well, let me extend it to all of the public service for the work that they do in this country. Yeah. For the work that they do in this country to make a difference and to improve the lives of our people through the work that we do here, the work that's done in the government administration building, and all across this country in terms of their interactions and delivery of services. Mr. Speaker, I know that there are families that this Christmas will have the unfortunate experience of grief, of having empty chairs around their dinner tables. So I want us all to think, to remember those in our prayers, remember those people in our visits, and let's try to ensure that we assist in whatever way we can to lift their spirits as well. Mr. Speaker, tonight, my colleague, the member for Savannah, Ms. Heather Bodden, and I will be joining a great gathering of our seniors. She's obviously headed off early in order to ensure that is a wonderful experience for them and to make sure everything goes just perfectly as she is always wont to do. So I would just say on her behalf as well that, you know, I'm sure if she was here, she would extend her best wishes, her desire for a wonderful, safe Christmas for all of her constituents of Savannah as well. Just the reason, of course, she isn't here is just her dedication to making sure that the job is done right and the seniors that we're serving tonight are happy. Mr. Speaker, with that, I thank you very much. All the best to all of the Cayman Islands, and let's have a safe, happy, and healthy entrance into and through 2025. Thank you.
The Honourable Member Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will follow instructions and be very brief, but thank you for allowing me this opportunity to extend warm holiday Christmas wishes to yourself, the Parliament, for all of the support that I've been given through the year, the civil servants, and definitely my colleagues, but especially to my immediate family who have been my rock, my cornerstone throughout this entire journey, to my very dedicated yet small constituency office assistants, crews, and definitely to my small committee. I too share the same sentiments of my honourable friend from Boddentown East, the importance of family and the importance of being around them, especially during this holiday season, because at the end of it all, we're here to serve the greater Cayman Islands, but family is our bedrock. But to the wonderful people of Prospect, as we embrace the joy and warmth of the holiday season, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your unwavering support and dedication to our vibrant community. We saw what that vibrance meant last week, Thursday, when we had our Christmas party, and definitely the joy of Christmas will ring loud again on Monday the 23rd as I do my annual drive-through within the inner roads. Christmas is a time of reflection, togetherness, and giving us an opportunity to celebrate the love and unity that binds us as neighbors and friends, and let us cherish these moments with our loved ones, extend kindness to those in need, and foster the spirit of hope and renewal. As your representative, I will remain committed to serving you, and together we have accomplished much, and I look forward to continuing on our journey of growth and prosperity in the year ahead. May your Christmas be filled with peace, laughter, and blessings, and may the new year bring good health, happiness, and success to you and your family. Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy New Year when it comes, and God bless.
The Honourable Member from West Bay Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity to share short Christmas greetings. I know there are a number of us here this evening, so I will be brief. Firstly, I just want to take an opportunity to wish the people who have placed me here, the good people of West Bay Central, would just like to take this time to wish them and their families a very Merry Christmas and a safe and prosperous New Year. And also to all of the members in Parliament, including yourself, Mr. Speaker. I know we've spoke a lot this afternoon about the importance of each of us unplugging and spending time with our own families. I certainly intend to do that this Christmas. So I just wish each of you and your families happy holidays. I'd also like to just take a minute to acknowledge all of the staff, my constituency staff, and the ministry staff that supported me while I was a minister, as well as the department, the members from the Department of Environment. Just want to wish them all a very happy holidays. And I know the member for Newlands, he touched on the importance of remembering those who are dealing with grief. And as the former leader of opposition spoke about his intentions to spend time with his family and his children it reminded me instantly of a void that I personally have with not having my dad to spend Christmas with. And then I start to think about all of those other people in the community who have those empty chairs in their homes. So just encouraging all of the members in this parliament as well as in the community to check in on your neighbors and just spend time with them, because that is really the true gift that anybody can give here on earth. And we choose to remember the reason for the season throughout this holiday period. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to give greetings. And just before I sit, I would like to just remind all of my constituents and the residents of Westby that I will be having my annual Christmas Carnival this Thursday evening at the Heritage Park from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. I thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Looking around. Just to be brief, so to wish all my colleagues, yourself, the Honorable Premier, entire colleagues and families, very Merry Christmas and all the best for the new year, good health and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I am one of those who have the view that we have a lot to celebrate and be proud of this year. We have accomplished a lot. Just in terms of Parliament, we have done quite a bit of very important legislation as it relates to law and order, social matters, as well as financial services. And we are fortunate, Mr. Speaker, to be living in a country like this. So I see the glass as half full, not as half empty. And I think there's everything to be proud of and to be thankful for. And like all others, I intend to use some downtime to bond with my family, get some nice glasses of soil, and let my hair down quite a bit, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to use the opportunity to thank everyone, including my staff, for an exceptional year. It has been quite a challenging year, but I think, Mr. Speaker, we have demonstrated as a collective in this Parliament and beyond that we all have the capacity to get along, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly want to wish everyone Merry Christmas and all the best for 2025. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, as you have indicated, I will be brief. Mr. Speaker, I rise to wish yourself and everyone in this chamber Merry Christmas. I want to also single out the staff here in the Parliament who work very hard and diligently and make our lives better while we're here. Mr. Speaker, I recall last year when we were here, a bit earlier I think than we are now, and we had this tradition of saying, Merry Christmas to everyone, and I remember getting up here and passing on Christmas greetings. What I didn't know was that last year Christmas would be the most challenging Christmas of my life, where I spent Christmas in the hospital overseas with my dear wife as she battled a life-threatening disease. Mr. Speaker, with the grace of God and lots of prayer and support, she's doing very well now. And I want to thank everyone in this house and the entire Cayman Islands, those in the civil service, for their prayers and support. We received thousands of well wishes and prayers. It certainly made her and myself feel very special and blessed. Mr. Speaker, I got tremendous support from Her Excellency, the Premier, my cabinet colleagues, so many people, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to start naming them out, but it has been a good lesson for me in terms of true Caymankind, people who just sent me a message to say, we're thinking about you, praying for you. Those things really mean a lot when you are dealing with, a crisis. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all members of our civil service. It warms my heart, Mr. Speaker, when I see members of the government and the opposition get up and talk about the good work that the civil service is doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is some tremendous work that goes on in the civil service every day, work that people take for granted. But we do some amazing things in the civil service to support the government, to make people's lives better. Mr. Speaker, just indulge me for a minute. You know, I see it every day. I see civil service going above and beyond the call of duty to keep us safe, to carry out the policies and programs of the government. Just a few weeks, maybe 2 weeks ago, Governor, there was a lady whose son, very young son, was diagnosed with leukemia. She was married to a Caymanian. Her husband immediately went off with the child to the United States, but she couldn't go, Mr. Speaker, because she didn't have a visa, and she was from a visa country to go into the United States. We were able to process her application, Mr. Speaker, for naturalization very quickly. I met with that lady, and she was so appreciative, Mr. Speaker, of the extra effort that we in the civil service had done to allow her to visit her sick child. Mr. Speaker, yes, that speaks about what the civil service is all about, making people's lives better. I remember the case of the man who has been in the Cayman Islands for, I think, longer than I have, who needed to go overseas to represent the Cayman Islands in London, but had never had a Cayman passport, and we were able to process his application within days and get him to London so that he could represent us over there. Mr. Speaker, I could spend the rest of the afternoon talking about the decisions that we have made in the civil service to make people's lives better. And that's why I'm proud, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my senior team, the staff at my office, my PA, Tanisha. Really, like I said, Mr. Speaker, warms my heart to be in the midst of so many outstanding civil servants who care about our beloved islands. Mr. Speaker, my message to the wider Cayman public is do not take this Christmas for granted. You know, I said about my time that I spent last Christmas. Do not take this time for granted. Spend time with your loved ones. Call someone that you have not seen for a while. Tell them hello. Tell them you appreciate them. Christmas is a special time of the year. Mr. Speaker, for those who like to drink alcohol, stay home. Stay off the road. No more in 24. We have lost 11 lives, I believe, this year, Mr. Speaker. That is enough. So no more in 24. God bless you all. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker, and first of all, season's greetings to all of you colleagues. May the Lord be with all of you. Mr. Speaker, I waited for the AG to rise before me because it's been an honor, sir, to be on the, I've been on the AML CFATF journey with you. You could see the fruit of the labor coming forward. Off the gray list last year, numbers of incorporations and registrations up this year. Financial services, people feel free to market their products without the blemish of being on any of the lists, including the EU AML list. And sir, it was a pleasure to be with you at the October 2024 plenary, where we were invited, Cayman, as a guest member of the FATF, in recognition of our hard work and being a lighthouse in the region and beyond. And we exhibit that again here today with staying ahead of the curve and not waiting, resting on our laurels to be forced to do something, but staying in the vanguard. So thank you. I don't know how you keep up with it, sir. I see you keeping up with domestic legal questions while we're sitting in Paris and still keeping up with the FATF. DG will have large shoes to fill whenever this tower of a legal mind departs and retires. You keep saying you won't be around for the 5th round of the FATF. I'd like to talk you out of that, but thank you, sir. All the social development bills that we went through today, absolute honor and privilege to the public service. Thank you all for everything that you do. Mr. Speaker, earlier you said that the Deputy Premier earned his money today. I think the Deputy Clerk, Patricia Priestley, also earned her money today. We're reading out all those clauses. Well done. I want to invite all those of West Bay South. Tomorrow is our Christmas party entitled Holiday Magic. That will be across from Foster's West Bay on Willie Farrington Drive on Dal Keith Bothwell's land. Come out, have fun, enjoy, just have some fellowship. Mr. Speaker, this is also a special, special Christmas period for me. As some of you may know, my in-laws expanded. My wife discovered, lovely discovery, that her biological father was Captain Harrison Bothwell. So now there's double in-law parties to attend. The good thing is the majority of them were constituents anyway, so I have to go see them in any event, but now I'm seeing them in a capacity as in-laws, and it's what a blessing to have increased family at this time for the first time, even though sadly it will be without Captain Harrison, but that's part of his legacy. To my immediate family, I cannot thank you enough for all that you endure, your support, smiling faces, which I'm sure happens for all of us. When you get home, a tough day of public service, it just melts all away when you're with your spouse and you see the children light up. Mine is still at the age where I'm still a conquering hero. My dad told me to make sure I savor that because he said it'll change in the teenage years, but I'll savor it for now. And God bless, I love you all. And as the DG said, it is time now to really look at safe driving. Please, everyone, be safe on the road. We sent a strong signal in this House with the Shemaiah Grant Order Amendment. That should show us that we're taking the whole country, that we're taking this very seriously. We need our roads to be safer, and that one is an important one, and we'll have more work to do to bolster our road safety. But let that shine out as we go forward into this holiday season to stay safe. To the Grant family and all those in that position, as Shemaiah would wish us and he would sing, we'll continue to soldier on, wave after wave, wave after wave. God bless and season's greetings, colleagues. Happy Christmas.
Oh.
Sound like vibes cartel a while ago, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recognize that this is a house of politics, and while politics and political ideology may divide us and highlight our differences, I think that our search to find common ground, find consensus, and find ways to improve the quality of life of our people actually unites us. And I think as we go into the season, what I ask everyone just to remember, those within our own community who have their own struggles, both financially. Some this will be their first Christmas without certain loved ones. For me, personally, until my daughter arrives this weekend, the Christmas spirits don't start in my house. My family will be complete at that point. So my daughter has her exams to go through, and she's been very busy in the family chat. But I just want to use this opportunity to thank everyone inside this honorable house for making this an interesting year. I wish all of you and your families all the best. And I wish everyone in the Cayman Islands and those who call the Cayman Islands home all the best of the Christmas. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I really like to thank the people of Bodden Town West who have given me the opportunity, and also the many messages of encouragement to stay the course and just keep fighting. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm sure that we all have the same goal. We may differ on how to achieve it, but improving the life of our people is pretty much why we're here. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say a special thank you also for your leadership of this Parliament. You know, you've been able to, I guess, sometimes temper certain things. And I also want to pay a special tribute to the Honorable Premier, who has just announced that this is pretty much our last Christmas, but I want to go on record that I have enjoyed working with her. She has had a great social conscience. She has always recognized the struggles of the Caymanian people. And despite, I guess, the criticism which all of us in this House will know whether we was deserved or don't deserve it, but I can say in many cases a lot of the criticism isn't deserved, but it is what it is. It comes part and parcel of this business called politics. But I just wanted to say to you, Honorable Premier, thank you for everything that you have done for the people of the Cayman Islands. It has not gone unnoticed. With that said, Mr. Speaker, I just want to wish all the public servants, especially those who be awake at night while we're asleep, looking after us and making sure the Cayman Islands is safe. You know, those are a lot of people who also have a lot of thankless job also. But again, it is not unnoticed. I'm just going to ask everyone to stay safe. And for those who can help others, please help over the holidays, because at the end of the day, regardless of what, we're still all the children of Abraham. Thank you.
Honorable members, and when comes on the season of peace, goodwill to men, it's then I love you most of all, beloved Isle Cayman. When we think of what is transpiring across the globe, the terrible conflicts in Israel, in Syria, in the Ukraine, just to name a few of the prominent ones. Those words which come from the Bible and are enshrined in our national song, peace on earth, goodwill to men, for me, has an even deeper meaning than it did when I was younger. Because for so much of the world, there is no such thing as peace or goodwill. And for that, these islands are so fortunate, despite the challenges that all of us face. We are still a haven from much of what the rest of the ugly world has to deal with. Christmas has always been, I think, probably the most bittersweet faith. Because while we celebrate the birth, great gift of Jesus Christ, Christmas time has a way of making us all who have lived long enough very sad at, as some members said earlier, at the empty chairs, about absent friends. And I guess it's a function of getting older, but I find myself becoming a real old softy and wanting to cry about all kinds of things that I never did. But I miss people more now than ever before. When you have the Christmas gatherings, not just family, but yesterday it was the 22nd year we've hosted the seniors party, the progressives. And for most of that 22 years, it's been at my house. And I look out there and so many of those, in fact, I am confident to say that no one who was there at the very first one we had, I mean, I'm talking about the seniors, is still around. And those things, while you celebrate with the seniors and you're happy to have them, it does make you, or make me anyhow, very, very sad. But I suppose, as Emily Dickinson said in one of her poems, that it will never come again is what makes life so sweet. And so, for me, the older I get, the more I think you only get a minute because it's gone in a blink. But you become, or you come to value friendships and relationships and kindness that much more as you get older. That's certainly what has happened and is still happening to me. So I endorse what has been said by many, if not all of you. Spend time with those that you love. Don't take tomorrow for granted because it's not promised. Make the best of every situation. Avoid conflict when you can. Embrace friendship as much as you can. Learn to be able to overlook the mistakes and the grievances and still be able to touch and to feel love for your fellow man and woman. That, I believe, is the overriding message of, or overarching message of the Christmas season and the gift of the Lord Jesus Christ. I want to say that this is the best job I've ever had, being speaker. This is the 24th Christmas season I will spend as a member of our legislature. And it has been indeed the honor of my life. And to be speaker is the cherry on top of the milkshake. I thank you all for the way that you have cooperated with the chair, how well you have listened to my attempts at guiding the way we conduct ourselves in Parliament, but also to try to enshrine some of the important parliamentary conventions and protocols which, as new members, you wouldn't know unless somebody told you. And so I've had, and I still have that sense of responsibility to impart as much of my knowledge as I can while I'm here in the chair. I have to say that Parliament has some of the most incredible staff around. Many of them you all don't even see because they live in a place called Bermuda. House. But they are, for me, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with, an absolute charm. And the clerk, and the deputy clerk, and the assistant clerks, and everybody has just fallen over themselves to make sure that I am looked after, the things that I need to do and need to get done. And so, great thanks from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank the people of Red Bay, indeed all of Georgetown, because I have never gotten over that. I represented Georgetown, the whole district, for most of my political career. And so that is still, and those people, especially what I call our people, from real people from Georgetown Central. I don't mean the constituents of Georgetown Central, I mean Georgetown Central, Rock Hole, Swamp. in the east, Eastern Avenue, those places where what I call real people live, who understand the challenges of life in a way that some of the better offs never will. Those have always been my people. It's been an honor to represent Red Bay these last 2 terms, and I am forever grateful for their support. Let you all know that I'll be around this week doing the usual, and I hope to see as many of you as I can and offer you greetings for the festive season. So I'll just finish now with a few little words from one of my favorite poets. I know the member from West Bay South thinks that I living in a past time, but they don't write these days the way they wrote in those days. Henry Wordsworth Longfellow. Most of you all will be familiar with this. I heard the bells on Christmas Day. They're all familiar carols play. In music sweet, the tones repeat. There's peace on earth, goodwill to men. And while that peace on earth is still an aspiration for many places in this world, beloved Isle Cayman, we still, thank God, enjoy that peace, that special peace. Madam Premier, I invite you to move the adjournment of this House until you wish it to resume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to move the adjournment of this Honorable House until 10 a.m. the 31st day of January 2025.
The question is that this Honorable House do now adjourn until Friday the 31st of January 2025 at 10 a.m. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Accordingly, the House is adjourned until Friday the 31st of January 2025 at 10 a.m.